Good afternoon and welcome to the April 7th, 2021 public meeting of the Board of Education. I am the Board President, Melissa Ellis. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS's YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of this afternoon's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The limited public format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. Consistent with this Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, such as broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items to be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the modified public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation, and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. As the legal and health parameters evolve as reopening measures are implemented, this board will continue to review and revise our meeting procedures to balance our public business obligations with best safety practices. Please pause for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, spur us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I will do a roll call to determine which board members are here, beginning with Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Antwine? Here. Mr. Silkworth? Mr. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Schallheim?
Here.
Ms. Frank?
Here.
Dr. Tobin?
Here.
Just so the public is aware, a few of those voices I did not hear come through the audio, but all members have indicated they are here. Okay, and now we're at item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have any motions or discussion about the minutes from the last meeting?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? Do I have consensus? No dissent? Meeting minutes have been approved. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Do I have any motions or discussion? Agenda order, does anyone have?
Motion to adopt the agenda as printed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion about the agenda order? All right, do I have consensus to adopt the agenda order? All right. So the agenda has been adopted. President's update. Being that the board just met last week with our emergency session to discuss the implications of the new CDC guidelines. Not a lot has happened in the last week, so I don't really have an update today. So we will move on to recognitions. Item 2.06, we have none today. And so now we are at item 2.07, Educator of the Month. Okay, and so Educator of the Month for April of 2021 is Jack Walsh, teacher and head varsity football coach for Arundel High School. Today is World Health Day, so it's only fitting that our Educator of the Month for April 2021 is not only a physical education teacher, but is also the head varsity football coach at Arundel High School, Mr. Jack Walsh, or Coach Walsh, as he is known. Coach Walsh took over as the head coach for the varsity football team in February of 2018. The following fall season, he initiated a mandatory Saturday school for players earning less than 75% in their classes. This allowed the players to focus on their studies rather than football workouts. That year, the combined average GPA of the JV and varsity football team reached 3.3, the highest in the county and of all the fall sports at Arundel. That's amazing. Coach Walsh makes outstanding contributions to his students and players. He believes that good students make good players and that it is important to achieve in all areas of life, not just football. He is committed to ensuring that his players have the skills they need to achieve playing at the collegiate level if they choose. Coach Walsh is well respected and revered at Arundel High School. The players work hard for his approval, even when he's giving them tough love. He has high expectations for everyone in the classroom and on the field. So for these reasons and more, and from this former Wildcat, Coach Walsh, congratulations, as you are this month's Educator of the Month. Coach Walsh, I am just in awe of your dedication and accomplishments for your students, academic achievements. That's amazing. Do you have some words to share with us today?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. We have a tremendous support system at Arundel High School from our administration, led by Ms. Davenport, our principal. She supported us since day one when I took over. One of the hardest things to do from the football perspective is to follow up a legend with acceptable performance, which I had the opportunity to do. Fortunate enough, I was able to keep a lot of the same assistant coaches. We all kind of share the same vision. And that's been the biggest part. And then the student buy-in has just been amazing there. It's been a great experience. We're having a lot of fun doing it. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Very well deserved. And next we have item 2.08, Employee of the Month. Is that Mr. Smith?
Thank you, President Ellis. I'm proud to introduce our Employee of the Month for April 2021, which is Mr. Earl Riley, Senior Facilities Engineer, Meade Middle School. Principal Carla Steinbuck describes our Employee of the Month as truly an asset to our school building and fortunate to work with. Earl Riley, Senior Facilities Engineer at Meade Middle School, is one of the most dedicated and detail-oriented individuals. His perseverance and dedication to Meade Middle has completely transformed the learning spaces. Mr. Riley's positivity and constant smile contributes to our positive school culture. His willingness to assist others with anything means so much to his colleagues. It is reassuring to know that he is taking care of the building and its operations. He communicates strengths and needs and advocates to ensure Meade Middle receives what it needs for optimum success. His professionalism, precision, and diligence do not go unnoticed, and recently earned him the promotion to Senior Facilities Engineer from Chief Engineer. Mr. Riley, you're well-liked, handle responsibility well, and are a plethora of knowledge and expertise. The Board of Education celebrates you as the Employee of the Month for April 2021. Congratulations. Mr. Riley, if you'd like to say anything.
Oh, I just thank you. I mean, I'm just extremely humbled and appreciative for the honor. I'd like to thank my staff and administration here at Meade Middle School, Ms. Steinbach, Ms. Jeremy, Mr. Herman, my crew, Rita, Law Reese, Rito, Theo, Quan, Sean, and Chris. I'm just greatly appreciative. And just everybody I had the honor of come in contact with my journey through Anne Arundel County Public Schools in the Operations Division. People such as Anthony Daly, Michael Kosh, Latanya Eldridge, Miss Lethea Fletcher, Sherry Dudley, and Miss Lawhorn. Anybody that I forget to mention, I apologize. I guess just judge my mind, not my heart. I apologize. So just thank everybody. And special thanks to my wife and my family and all my support system. So thank you.
And next we have Volunteer of the Month, Ms. Frank.
Thank you, President Ellis. Thank you, President Ellis. We generally focus on just one person for Volunteer of the Month, but this is an unusual year and we would be remiss if we did not recognize some of the exceptional volunteer groups that are going above and beyond to help our school community. This is especially true in a year where community need is more heightened than ever imagined. Today, the Board of Education is thrilled to honor the Sewing Angels as our April 2021 Volunteers of the Month. The Angels include the following members: Ms. Marsha Patterson, Ms. Kathy Novaks, Ms. Kim Novaks, Ms. Jean Kleckner, Ms. Nancy Can-Scheimer, Ms. Sarah Blight, Ms. Joan Twig, Ms. Monette Callahan, Ms. Colleen Schnobel, Ms. Susan Kitchen, Ms. Pat Scholes, Ms. Pam Menifee, Ms. Marissa Martin, and last but certainly not least, Ms. Lenore Martin, the Northeast High School Family and Consumer Sciences teacher who coordinated the effort and is here to speak on behalf of the group. The story starts as so many do. There was a need. Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, reached out to Amy Bear, a Family and Consumer Sciences teacher specialist, with an idea for creating a drape for the shields at special school. Ms. Bear was aware of a group of seamstresses who converted lab coats into isolation gowns for Anne Arundel Medical Center. She thought the group, aptly named the Sewing Angels by the staff at AAMC, might be willing to take on a new project. Next thing Ms. Bear knew, she was at Joann Fabrics with Ms. Martin and the phenomenal seamstress who led the group, searching for the perfect fabric for the drapes. 13 seamstresses were ready and waiting to work their magic, and a little over a week after the trip to Joann's, 80 shield handkerchiefs were ready for use. And then there was a call for smaller versions. Ms. Martin quickly tweaked the original pattern and voila. In only 1 week, the Angels were able to create 70 more shield kerchiefs. Sewing Angels, thank you for sharing your time and talent to create shield handkerchiefs for our students. You are a true asset to the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools family. You went above and beyond in a time of unusual need, and it is most appreciated.
Thank you very much. It's very appreciative to be honored and recognized. I think a lot of us a year ago, we were kind of up a couple hundred masks of sewing, and then we get a call about doing isolation gowns. So it was a little relief. And in about 3 weeks, we got 1,000 gowns, and literally within days, they were being used. So when Amy Bear called me, I was more than happy to get involved with getting cool. I was more the coordinator. These ladies are like sewing machines. My daughter helped me. We did a lot of the cutting out. Amy and her daughter also helped. They did a lot of the Velcroing at their end. But it does take it takes a village. As a FACS teacher, I am very fortunate to work at Northeast High School, and I work in the Pasadena community that is basically extremely giving. All I have to ever do is ask. And that's what I do. I give, my seamstresses give. One of them said, I feel a little bit like Betsy Ross. So I think this year has made us feel really good to be able to contribute with the talents that we have and to be able to help those, especially in our school system. So I thank the ladies. A lot of these ladies I have now have a face with the name, but there's still a few that they're just a text. So I do thank them for stepping up and helping us. And really, they do it not to be recognized. They do it because they're great people and they just really are giving individuals. So thank you, ladies, and thank you for recognizing us very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, we have public comments. I believe, one person signed up for today to speak on item 8.01, Melissa Davis.
Hi, wow, I'm honored I'm the only speaker today. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I am the mother of 2 elementary students in the county. I am here today to plead with you to take action to prepare to send students back to the classroom for more than the 2 days a week allowed now. Also, it is my strong opinion that the reopening plan should be the first item on the agenda until kids are back in school full time. What could possibly be more important than this topic? Many of our students have been back in the classroom since March 1st, and I believe the overwhelming consensus is that students are elated to be back. My kids asked every day why they were only allowed to go in person 2 days a week. On March 19th, the CDC released new guidance that deemed 3 feet of social distancing safe in schools. It has been stated prior by Dr. Arlotto that the 6-foot rule was the only barrier to allowing more students back in the classroom for more days. Even without new guidance from the CDC, other counties in Maryland have begun their transition to 4 days per week. Furthermore, Governor Hogan has lifted capacity restrictions on retail establishments and restaurants, allowing them to operate at 100%. Casinos and adult entertainment venues are allowed to operate at 100%. Virtually every public business and activity is allowed to operate without capacity restrictions, yet our children continue to be left behind and punished. Vaccines for teachers and faculty have been allotted, and most have been given the opportunity to be vaccinated if they wish. COVID numbers in the county dropped dramatically since early January and have somewhat stabilized to manageable levels. We hear every day from local and national leaders that we are well on our way towards normal, and we need to keep pace by getting our children back in the classroom for a minimum of 4 days now. My biggest fear is that if we do not push forward with the 4 days a week during this school year, then there is no hope for next school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have item 4.01, a presentation, Cultivating Communities of Wellness, Building a Culture of Wellness and... Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to take a brief break here to switch the technology. I think we're back live. And now we are on item 4.01, cultivating communities of wellness, building a culture of wellness and inclusivity. Dr. Arlotto, would you like to make the introductions?
I'm going to let each member introduce themselves. We do have a presentation for you. It's our
Yes.
annual presentation regarding our wellness focus for each and every year. So I'll let the group introduce themselves. Start with Mrs. Walsh.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris. For the record, my name is Christiana Walsh. I'm the coordinator of health, physical education, and dance, and the co-chair of the Wellness Council. Good afternoon. I'm Jody Rissy, supervisor of food and nutrition services, and also the other co-chair for the Wellness Council.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Fearhard, principal at Crofton High School.
Good afternoon. My name is Hala Malik, a sophomore at Crofton High School.
Hi, I'm Jane Hudson. I'm the principal at Marley Glenn School.
Okay, we're going to kick in. It's my pleasure to formally kick off the annual wellness presentation, and it's something that we do each and every year. The development and the implementation of the Wellness Council and all its policies began in 2004. As one of the original council members, I am pleased to share the passion and the collaboration that each of the council memberships have under the leadership of Monique Jackson. Over the past several years, all schools in Anne Arundel County have received a wellness scorecard. This is a way to be able to review and update the wellness initiatives in each of our schools. This year, 2 of our schools really stood out in how they implement wellness initiatives in their school communities. Without further ado, let's kick off this presentation with Crofton High School.
Thank you, Ms. Risi. For the record, again, I'm Katie Fearhard, principal at Crofton High School, and this is Hala Malik, one of my students at Crofton. And we're going to be focused today on 4 components of wellness and inclusivity at Crofton High School, starting with the physical environment, aspects of staff wellness, community wellness, and creating connections through inclusivity. So with this first slide, the physical layout of Crofton High School, as well as the various aspects of the facility, create a climate conducive to wellness. So on this slide here, you will see our main gym, which is currently being used for in-person health, PE, and dance instruction for hybrid learners, as well as for athletics. In the future, the space will also be used for staff wellness, professional developments, as well as for community use through rec and parks. And then we also have the aerial view of our main stadium. And in addition to our main stadium, we have a pretty impressive facility with a second auxiliary turf field, a Bermuda field, 2 multi-purpose fields, tennis courts, a softball field, and a baseball field. And we're right next to the existing Crofton Park, which brings frequent visitors to our campus. Many community members out there enjoying the spring weather, that's for sure. Next slide, please. We also have our outdoor classroom, which can be used during the instructional class periods, our midday block, and for extracurricular programs. And we also have several bike racks at our facility in several locations on our campus, at our main entrance, our cafeteria entrance, and our stadium. And all are utilized by both students and staff alike. We have staff that walk to work, that bike to work, as well as students. And it's both used during the school day and for after-school activities such as athletics. Next slide. And then we also have a state-of-the-art fitness lab. Several pictures of the various components of our equipment and our facility are displayed here. And most recently, the fitness lab space was recently started being used by our in-person hybrid strength and conditioning students, and will hopefully be used by our student athletes in the future for in-season and out-of-season workouts. And we also hope that it will be utilized as a staff wellness space when not needed for instruction. The next component of our presentation is focused on staff wellness. So staff wellness activities have been a focal point at Crofton High School since our first days together as a staff, and it's also one of our action steps within our school improvement plan. Our wellness committee members meet monthly at a minimum and consist of members of over 9 different departments, 7 academic departments, school counseling, and school administration. And our focus this year started with brief wellness shorts on chair yoga, meditation, seated breathing techniques, and the benefits of gratitude. And staff also had the opportunity to create their own e-learning wellness plan to follow during the start of the school year. In addition to physical activities and mindfulness, we've been committed to social wellness as well. And during the month of March, our students and staff at Crofton High School participated in a weekly book study on Stamped, Racism, Anti-Racism, and You by Ibram X. Kendi and Jason Reynolds, which Hala will talk a little bit more about. But we did have 28 students and 28 staff members sign up for our book study this past month. Next slide. This is just a sample of our Wednesday professional developments during our 1 p.m. to 2:30 timeframe. We focus on options for staff. And as you see on the slide, we have options such as restorative yoga, body weight lifting, enhancing air efficiency, improv, and Pilates. They're all presented by our own in-house experts, as well as we provide staff with choice for other opportunities if they are not interested in the sessions provided. And you'll see some samples of that on the Jamboard screenshot on this slide as well. Our wellness committee also includes ways in which staff can implement wellness activities into instruction, specifically through brain breaks and opportunities for movement, such as stretching and playing music, virtual rock, paper, scissors, and a variety of would you rather activities. In addition to those displayed here, activities for the month of March included reflective journaling, sharing of healthy recipes for parents on the go, and trivia. A staff member and an instructional wellness practice is also highlighted, a wellness bingo board that was incorporated into our signature course. Our staff member highlighted how it was used, the student response to the activity, and the results and benefits of implementation. It was an actionable strategy that was discussed collaboratively with staff. And at this time, I'm going to turn our presentation over to our student, Hala Malik.
Hello, respected board members. My name is Hala Malik, a sophomore attending Crofton High School, and I have been involved in many of these wellness initiatives, so I'll be giving a little bit of my perspective. So the Crofton High School Move-a-thon held during the beginning of the school year was a great opportunity for students to get out and move during a time where we may have needed it the most. We were able to come together as a community while staying apart, and I think it fostered a sense of self-care being just as important as doing well in school. The December Dash was an SGA fundraiser with a competitive aspect to encourage students to get out and get our hearts pumping. There were a lot of fun prizes courtesy of our sponsors, and from a student government perspective, I think we have made a lot of beneficial connections with the Crofton community. The stamp book study was hands down my favorite wellness initiative. It was great to see students and staff come together to talk about important topics regarding race based on Dr. Kendi's eye-opening book, Stamped. Together, we learned about the sides to racism that usually goes unturned in schools and had many intuitive discussions regarding race. Going into a little bit about the physical environment of our school, as a cross-country runner, I have been able to see firsthand some of the amazing entities our school has to offer. The campus itself is definitely very welcoming, modern, and all around beautiful. I've heard from hybrid students who shared the feeling of excitement to be able to learn in that building. And there are a lot of clubs and extracurricular activities that we can choose from, which keep us engaged with service, leadership, and ways to socialize with our peers in a casual way. It's a challenge to recreate pretty much any social interaction virtually, but I strongly believe these extracurricular clubs and activities are one of the closest things we have to staying connected in a virtual school environment.
Thank you, Hala. Moving on to our last focus for our presentation from Crofton High School is our fourth lens, creating connections through inclusivity. So I just wanted to share a couple of examples of how we've created an inclusive environment at Crofton High School, which very much supports the idea of social wellness that I keep revisiting. Our school counselors provide activities for students to connect with one another during the school day. It started on Fridays and has since moved to Wednesdays, but all students are invited to participate, and weekly reminders are shared with all students every week on our morning announcements. Next slide, please. Also, we had our inaugural year of polar bear plunge participation, a combination planned event between our best buddies and our student athletic leadership. They partnered for the planning of the event, and we came in within the top 15 schools in the state and are very proud of our support of Special Olympics Maryland. And the bottom right-hand image here was created by our art lead teacher, Miss Camp, our polar bear plunge t-shirt that we created for our inaugural year. Moving on to our unified sports program. Building student unity and opportunities that embrace inclusivity are at the core of our school improvement plan. Right now, we are currently pushing registration for Unified Bocce, which will close next week, but included here are just some examples of some advertisements, as well as several photos of our student athletes on our unified tennis team during our fall season. Continuing on that same thread, we also had staff purchase shirts to support our unified programs and Unity Day. I brought a sample. I had to bring a prop to show you. So we have our unified Unity Day shirts for Crofton High School this year. And we also had, we have our inaugural chapter of our Best Buddies and just an image here of Best Buddies Awareness Month, which we celebrated most recently. And then our last slide is just a little bit about our Experience Inclusion event and Inclusion Day. Students here supporting inclusion by wearing their Experience Inclusion t-shirts on March 3rd. Also brought a sample of those as well, if anybody wants to see those. And then there's just some student examples here of why they choose inclusion in all that they do, not just in their work at Crofton High School. So that is it from Crofton High School. I want to thank you for your time and for listening to our presentation about all of our initiatives. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hudson.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Jane Hudson. For the record, I'm the principal at Marley Glenn. And I really appreciate being given the opportunity to tell you a little bit about Marley Glenn. It's an honor to be here today. Marley Glenn is a special center for students with severe and profound disabilities. And we do wellness every day. In some ways, it's similar to what you might see in a comprehensive school. And then in other ways, we make modifications to meet our students' needs. I just want to say before I get started, once you see the pictures, some of the pictures, I'm going to be showing you what we've been doing over the last 2 years. So some of the pictures are pre-COVID. Okay. So next slide. We start each day focusing on social emotional wellness. In the classroom, we begin the day with community building circles, and this is a part of restorative practices. The teacher asks the class a question like, what is your favorite animal? And the students respond, or they can pass. But in the circle, there's no right or wrong answers. Students express their opinions, and this allows them to bond and build connections with one another. It really gives them a chance to see how they are alike. Next slide. Sensory is a big part of our day. Last year, we created a sensory walk, built sensory walls, and our PE teacher actually is the one who built those walls and installed them for us, and enhanced our sensory room. Sensory opportunities provide students with breaks to calm down, relax, move, and explore the environment. In the next slide, you will see our co-taught general ed and pre-K students trying out the sensory walk for the first time. We take a unique approach to motor integration. At Marley Glenn, for our less ambulatory students, we are fortunate to have a pool. In the pool, students are able to get into the water to stretch, take steps, and practice weight-bearing exercises. These water exercises increase flexibility, decrease pain, and improve circulation. Children improve their mobility in the water, and then they can practice that on land. For our more ambulatory students, we have specialized bikes that were built by the volunteers from medical engineering. These bicycles are customized to meet the unique needs of our students, and we have a racetrack painted on the hardtop out back, and that gives the students a place to ride them. Additionally, we have adapted swings, and we have a play area for recreation. Okay, next slide. The Marley Invitational is an incredible sporting event. Marley Glenn and our neighbor, Marley Elementary School, collaboratively began the Marley Invitational Field Day several years ago. This event has grown to include regional programs from Point Pleasant, Woodside, and Oakwood. High school students from Old Mill and Severna Park volunteer to assist in running these events. Our Invitational Field Day has become like our very own Special Olympics, where we have general ed students buddying up with children with special needs. They spend the day together participating in a variety of sporting events, and this celebrates acceptance, socialization, sportsmanship, and goodwill throughout our community. This next clip shows the high school students cheering on the elementary school participants. Healthy eating and nutrition are integral parts of our wellness program as well. As an example, I wanted to share with you a little bit about Miss Peterson's class. She weaves in healthy eating into weekly lessons where she takes her class on a virtual road trip across America. They stop at different locations and learn about the local culture and foods from that region. The class then votes on a recipe they'd like to try. They visit a grocery store to purchase the ingredients. They have a cooking lesson, and then they share the meal. For some of our students who cannot eat in a traditional way, this becomes a sensory experience to see, touch, and smell the food. And in the next slide, well, let me just point out the student at the bottom, his name is Luke, and you can see that he's touching a device. That's a button called a switch, and when he presses on the switch, it makes that blender work, and then he's able to like chop the tomatoes in this example for the tacos. In the next slide, his mom's going to be speaking a little bit about their experience since we've been virtual.
While we've been in the class, we've made some real headway in terms of communication, which was surprising because I thought that when you're using iPads and you're trying to connect over the internet, that we would not have that type of human connection. But it really went beautifully. And I think Luke was in a good spot this year to take off with this whole new program. He felt good. He was home. Physically, he has a lot of challenges. He's had a lot of surgeries, a lot of things that have made it very hard to make progress with Luke. But this year, since he's been home, he's been in a comfortable environment, he's been able to really enjoy it. And we've had a chance to use a lot of the technology that we always brought home and then placed on a desk and left it there until the next morning when we pack it back up and take it to school. So all these experiences at school were wonderful, but we weren't really part of it. Now, because we've been doing things remotely and working with the teachers over the internet, we've had to become partners in this whole program, and it's made us fine-tune things in a way that probably we would not have been able to do before. By virtue of being home, I've been able to get Luke in his walker, his gait trainer, and to get him in a good position so he can participate and see things straight on. And we can even do some of the cooking activities that go along with the class because I have everything set up at home in a kitchen environment. He can taste things, which is something he cannot do at school because even though he's had a swallow study, it was not successful. It was partially successful. He had a seizure in the middle. So at this point, he can't eat at school, but he can eat at home with me supervising. So he gets to enjoy all of it. And if you've ever seen any of Julie's road trips, they're wonderful. She does an amazing job. She brings everything into the home and lets us see where we could go. And she even kind of tries to focus on things that Luke and kids who are physically challenged could still do. You know, she finds out whether some of the places are accessible, so that if you ever want to plan a trip, you can actually take advantage of it. And it's very uplifting just to hear the music, to hear all the different activities. It's a soup to nuts road trip virtual experience. And I told her she should do a YouTube channel. She'd be wonderful.
So just the why do we do this? Wellness is so important to us at Marley Glenn. We believe in educating the whole child. The emotional and physical wellness is critical to our success. As wellness is not just in the classroom, we began monthly parent nights focusing on network and self-care for our parents. We believe that engaged students and parents will result in happier kids, families, and happier lives. So thank you so much for the opportunity to let me share that today.
On behalf of the Wellness Council, we thank Dr. Olato for his continued support and Monique Jackson for her vision and leadership. It is evident that Anne Arundel County is not only leading the state, but the nation in wellness initiatives. We truly are #BetterTogether. In health and wellness, we thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I have so many observances from what you showed us, but I'm going to go around. Is that okay with you, Dr. Alato? Do you have, okay. Okay. Start with Ms. Corcadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. It's so great to see you guys here again this year and to showcase our brand new high school, my district. Oh, how awesome. My most important question is, how do I purchase one of those awesome orange t-shirts?
I will have to let you know about that one. I can definitely, I think I can be arranged at this point in time.
Well, I
We
want to
have some
make sure
extras.
that I'm well representing when I come to visit next. Katie, could you explain a little bit? I mean, I had a chance to see, but we're not going to get a chance to really see that probably until late summer, fall. Even down to, I know the individual furnishings you guys took extra care with. And it was just fascinating. And I think it's worthy of a share because when our students end up engaging, there's actual, how they engage ends up, it exemplifies and enhances the experience.
Sure, I'd be more than happy to elaborate on that. So I know many of you haven't been there yet and hoping that, we'll have the ribbon cutting, sometime when we're able to do so. But the building itself is just so much in tune with the environment around it, even from the colors, the paint selection. I almost put a picture of our students and our staff running up that big main stairwell because I think that's a perfect example of wellness and getting your steps in every day. But in terms of furnishings, I mean, we really were strategic in picking furnishings that allow for collaboration. We have desks that we picked out called hex desks. You can put in a variety of formats, 4, 6, I think it even goes up to 8, as well as some of our table X setups. We also have some standing desks in every classroom for students that need to stand and be a little bit more active. We also have some adjustable desks that you can move from standing to sitting as well. So we also have a staff desk that's a mobile desk in every classroom that allows them to move around the classroom. Once we can move out of the T zone that we're kind of currently in, we'll be able to have the teachers move around a little bit more in the classroom and be active in their classrooms as well. I've had some of my teachers, my co-teachers moving down the hallway with it, moving from room to room, even during this time. So it's been pretty exciting to pick the furniture that is really conducive to wellness and really is a great fit for our initiatives at Crofton High School.
Well, thank you so much because our mindfulness in these opportunities, I think will go a long way to continue to bolster. My second question is actually for the Wellness Council. As our children continue to exist in virtual, hybrid, and hopefully one day option of full-time back, it looks like the laptops are there to stay. And I know we have a rule against rollers, but now we have kindergartners all the way up to high schoolers carrying around our laptops. Is that something that the Wellness Council is going to maybe consider and collaborate with perhaps in the future for the upcoming school year? Or
Good afternoon for the record, Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. Thank you so much for the question, Ms. Corcadell. That is one of the items that are being talked about in our school system in various subcommittees, reopening subcommittees, but it's not a focus of our Wellness Council.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure where that fell, logistically or otherwise. Thank you for the clarification. I just want to say what an outstanding job, and I look forward to when we can maybe meet in person and in the group because you guys have such a fabulous, well-talented and experienced group on the Wellness Council, and every single one of them, most of them I know, and just have absolute admiration for. So thank you guys once again. And if ever there weren't a challenge, 2 awesome schools to aspire to for the rest of our schools to get it to obtain, I look forward to that day when every single one of them are right up there at the top. No further questions, President.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Antwine.
Forgive the mass bullying. I want to say congratulations on Crofton and your new facilities, and thank you guys for an awesome, well-rounded presentation and all that you're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. I just have a few comments. I took some notes about some things that I heard, and what did I hear? We do wellness every day, and it looks like you do it almost every way. Marley Glenn and Crofton High are great examples of what our teachers and students are able to do each and every day. It is so uplifting to hear about these two schools and what they do for the wellness, not only of our students, but our staff, and in fact, our community. It is evident that we are leading the state and the nation, and I thank each and every one of you for that. Congratulations to the Wellness Council, and of course, Monique Jackson for your leadership. And Katie, I look forward to visiting Crofton. I have ridden around the building. I took my own tour, but and it really appears to be a marvelous facility. But again, brick and mortar, even as great as it is, does not make the school. The school is made by the teachers, the leadership, appointed by our leadership, and the students. So my hat is off to each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Smith?
I just want to say this was a fantastic presentation. I mean, just watching the kids run around pre-COVID made me, want to get out of my seat and start running. It was just great. So, Ms. Walsh, Ms. Fewhard, Ms. Reese, Ms. Hudson, Holla, thank you all for, sharing and I guess brightening up all our days. And I just want to point out something that really stuck with me. Engaged students are happier students. I'd like to think of myself as pretty engaged as a student. And I'm pretty happy. My question is for Holla. I found that, we just have so many opportunities out there for students, but it's just, it's just not connecting with some students, right? Some students just can't find a way to get engaged at school, and you're pretty engaged, I would say. I think you get around a lot, right? And, what have you found as a student that's, the best way to get your peers engaged?
I think that it's all about what everyone else is doing. So if they see their friends are, doing something, then they're gonna want to do it too. So, it's all about that peer effect. If I let my friend know and I tell her I'm going to Red Cross Club today, do you want to come? And she's like, wow, you're going to Red Cross Club? Then if you're going, then I'll come too. So, there's a big peer effect. If they see their friends are doing it, then they're more likely to be engaged as well.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. But once again, thank you all.
Shellheim?
I always love what y'all do. It's fabulous. Thank you so much again for this presentation and for your work every day. I miss coming to your meetings. It's been hard this year because I've been in the trenches with my own kid at home virtually, but I can't wait till we're back in a room together. The pre-COVID pictures make me emotional, I have to say. And I just, keep up the amazing work that you all do, and and keep encouraging your peers to get engaged, and thank you for your leadership on this committee as well. Thank you all.
Ms. Frank?
I have two comments. First, I love the little floor exercises that you guys have with the little shapes and the kids running through the hallways. I love that. That was great. I would love to see that everywhere. I mean, even high school, to be honest. And then I also wanted to say, I wanted to thank you for putting out the Best Buddies Awareness Month. I know last year the Bikes and Buddies event got canceled because of COVID, and they're a great organization. And I just wanted to acknowledge the wonderful work that they do, and just, let the community know that they still need your support. And I'm so thankful that you brought them up. Thank you, guys.
Dr. Tobin?
Am I on? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was my first opportunity to see a wellness presentation. I was very grateful and thrilled to see the work that all of you are doing, and so many others who are not sitting here right now, I'm sure. And I agree. I think the sensory walk it belongs everywhere for all children. And I often find that the special centers are places that develop things that I think all children can benefit from. And so thank you for that. And I'd like to say right now, I would give a lot to come visit when we can and see the sports day and see what your students do. That looks absolutely wonderful. And I too very much look forward to seeing the new Crofton High School. And I will say, I think that what you do is foundational. I've always believed that wellness is actually the foundation on which everything else at school happens. When children are in an environment in which they can thrive and they are encouraged to thrive, then all the other things will come from that, not the other way around. So I feel that this represents in some ways the most critical work of the schools. And thank you for that.
Yeah, there is no academic achievement or any without first meeting our most basic needs. And I greatly appreciate all of the work that's being done to recognize that. I have to give a couple of observations. First of all, those sensory walkways I've seen in several of our elementary schools. Somehow Dr. Arlato has yet to have the pleasure of seeing me hop and skip yet, but I'm tempted every single time. And I would, every single time I'd see that thing and I just want to, but, and I echo, I mean, again, here I am, won't reveal my age, but certainly middle school and high school students would probably enjoy that as well. The field day, that was such a pleasure to just see that clip and see so many of our students coming together. I want to give a big shout out to our high school students who are so engaged, and that was just heartwarming. And mostly, I just want to highlight that we just saw examples of 2 of our many, many schools. So I know there's many wonderful things going on. Thank you for making this the foundation of Crofton High School. I can't wait to get in there and explore as well. I guess I do want to ask, however, sort of touching a little bit on what Mr. Smith's question. Can you speak in turn out of the 2 schools about participation, about these are wonderful activities and wonderful initiatives, and for anyone who participates in them, they're wonderful, but what kind of engagement are you getting? And I particularly, when we get to Marley Glenn, I'm really interested in that parent evening that you have once a month. That must be such a resource for parents. So either one, just talk about the participation that you get and you know, how.
Okay, I didn't turn on the whole time. I hope everybody heard me. I am loud though, so maybe you did. So in terms of participation for students, we've been surveying students throughout the year, and we're getting ready to do our next survey. In terms of our clubs that meet during the school day, I'd have to say about when we last assessed in December, we had about, I want to say it was about 42, 43% of our students involved in clubs during the school day, and we have over 55 clubs that meet during the school day. So we were pretty impressed with the start of that, and have spent some time connecting with, working with our school counselors to figure out, why aren't students coming as they continue to have meetings with parents and with families, and what we can do to help them to feel included. We also, accepted feedback on other things that we should offer at Crofton High School. In terms of, we have a pretty thriving student council for both class of 2023, class of 2024, and our SGA. Hala may be able to speak a little bit more about how many students she sees in her regular meetings she participates in. But we had a great turnout with the move-a-thon back in October. We have a whole thread on Twitter with all of our staff, our future students, our staff with their children that will come to Crofton High School that live in the area. A big turnout there, full staff participation, everything wellness related at school. And, athletics, which is a big part right now. We have about 25% of our student population that signs up in any given season. And spring registration is still open. So we'll see what that looks like. So I'd have to say, I think we have pretty strong representation, but obviously opportunities to grow as well.
Thank you.
At Marley Glenn, we pretty much everything I went through today is school-wide. The invitational, the field day, well, we have our own field day. That's 3-year-olds through 21. But the Marley Invitational is with Marley Elementary School. And that began because on Mondays, we take our elementary aged students over to Marley Elementary and we combine our classes for PE. And so that day started for a celebration between the two schools. And then it's just grown to include 3 other elementary schools and now high school volunteers. And that was Old Mills football team. So the ones that were wearing the jerseys. So it really is a lot of fun. And I do invite anybody here, anyone from the board and Dr. Arlato, it's an open door. You're welcome to visit anytime. And I can send you an invitation for the invitational. Hopefully it'll take place next year. But as far as the parent evening, I have a student support committee at Marley Glenn, and we were concerned at the beginning of the school year that the parents and the families may feel even further isolated. Having a child with special needs sometimes can be and is a challenging time for a family, and then add a pandemic in. So we wanted to give parents an opportunity to come together and almost have like just a support network of families and friends within the school. So I sent out a questionnaire asking parents what would they be interested in, and overwhelmingly every month it's been self-care. So it just goes to show that that's a real focus at this time, and we're trying to meet it. And just right before I came here, I was having a meeting with that same committee, and we were talking about next year starting a mentoring program for our because some of our students we have all the way through 21. And the parents, by the time the students are 21, they are so knowledgeable. And then we have the little ones coming in and they're 3. So to have the parents who've been through a lot, mentoring and helping our little ones, just even with like the name of a pediatrician or a dentist who can help them. So, we come up with ideas all the time, and we like to brainstorm at Marley Glenn. So we're always trying to improve. So that's a next step for next year.
Well, that was a great idea to get that going for the parents. I just
thank you.
Can imagine how valuable that is. And congratulations for the new school. How has it been exciting? I'm sure the students are excited to get the opportunity to walk through the doors now.
Yes, it's been very, very exciting. It's just such a beautiful school, an amazing opportunity for all the students. We love our school so much, and most importantly, it's so amazing to hear from my peers that they're excited to go there to learn, and I think that's really beautiful.
That really is. Thank you. Dr. Arlato, would you like to add anything?
Absolutely. I just simply want to say thank you to our principals. Your leadership matters. So thank you. Hala, it's finally good to meet you in person. We were in a meeting yesterday and we've known each other virtually. And so now I get to meet you in person. She's a member of the superintendent's teen advisory. And she's wonderful. And to our co-chairs, Ms. Rissy and Ms. Walsh, thank you for your continued leadership, along with the head of the committee and Mrs. Jackson. What you've seen on display today, and you see each and every year when we do a presentation, is just a snippet of what's happening at a couple of schools. But this is the kind of thing that's happening across all of our schools. And Mrs. Corkadell made mention of it. This is not, we don't do this so that's optional for principals. The principals, we ask them to think very thoughtfully about their community and how to engage their communities in wellness. Because as several of you have already stated so appropriately that, right, the mind and body matter as we're looking to learn and grow, both for our staff and for our students. So I thank you. You're wonderful.
All right, moving on to our departmental reports. We're at item 5.01, safety and security report.
Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Shellheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I am Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing a monthly update on security as requested. The Office of School Security provided training modules related to security cameras and similar topics to SROs at their March 3rd meeting. As well, the Office of School Security facilitated the virtual AACPS Security Council meeting on March the 8th. Our team attended the March Middle School Principals meeting to help answer any specific questions with respect to security and hybrid reopening. We have collaborated with the athletics office related to stadium and campus processes for spectators and continue to support hybrid reopening, including in-person and phone consultation with schools for security-related matters. School security has provided operational support during the 8 vaccination clinics at Severna Park High School. The final clinic will be held tomorrow, April the 8th. Our security team continues to participate in monthly safety and security meetings with our partners throughout the state regarding emergent issues and promising practices. We continue to work with law enforcement and fire investigators to assist with investigations involving any AACPS property. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have board member questions? Ms. Antwine?
Now that we're back in person, are we seeing some of, in terms of safety and security, are we seeing some of the same that was happening before the pandemic? Or do we believe that things are working out for the better at this point?
That's an excellent question, Ms. Antwine. And as Dr. Arlotto knows, we talked about this with our teen advisory yesterday, the lessons learned. Could you give me specific examples of some of the same so that I can
Well,
be sure
I
to
was
direct
told
the
not to say those things because
Okay.
it
All right. Well,
was
then
safety
fine.
and security.
Well, then
So I
I'll
was
give you
just
a
looking
general.
for-
I'll give you a general
Yes,
answer.
ma'am, please.
That we are in the business of educating youth, youngsters, and adolescents, and as such, those of us who've been in the business for a long time, we know that their experiences and their behaviors come and go. And as such, we know that that has been no different than with our reopening to in-person instruction. That said, there has been a significant decline in some of those behaviors. We know that statistically, that's because of one of the reasons because of the number of people that are within any educational setting. We also know that that students have limited access to each other. So some of the things that may have been said or done while they're in person would be limited. But what we continue to combat is those things that are happening on the internet, right? And we know that with adults, sometimes behaviors that we see in our students are just the behaviors that they mimic from the adults in their lives. And so we will continue to work through our code of conduct and work through those situations. But again, when we work with adolescents, specifically adolescents, we know that we will continue to work with those students that come into our buildings, and we know that it's not empty of some of those behaviors that we would like replaced. And we will continue to work with that, but we are noticing a decline. And again, we know that that's for several reasons, but my team, along with Dr. McMahon's team, continue to study what were some of those mitigating factors and what we can continue to do to promote unity. In fact, one of our students, and I can't remember, at Teen Advisory, talked about our focus on social justice this year has been greater than ever. And I'm very proud of the work that our school system, led by Dr. Gillens, has done with not only our adults, but our students. And it has empowered our students to become better advocates for themselves. And since I've been in this position and since I've been doing these reports, that's what I have focused on, and I have advocated, and I've said time and time again, that it's not necessarily about what we are teaching the children every single day, but it's about what they do when they are away from the adults because of the tools that we have given them.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon to President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, and members of the board, and Dr. Arlato. Again, for the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I am providing the monthly update on bullying as requested. MSDE is seeking better ways to support students and technical assistance in the area of bullying prevention. They are expected to provide an updated Maryland model policy that will better meet the needs of our district and improve the culture and climate of our schools when addressing issues of bullying, intimidation, and harassment. I will keep you updated as necessary. As of March 31st, we have received 57 bullying reports. 25 have been at the high school level, 17 at the middle school level, 15 at the elementary school level. The number of bias-motivated forms has remained steady at 27 bias forms to date. 11 are at the high school level, 11 at the middle school level, and 5 at the elementary school level. I anticipate that a question that may come up is, do I see a pattern in any area of the county? And the answer is no. There is no pattern in any area of the county. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Schalheim?
Thank you as always for your reports. It's great to see you. With regard to the potential for an updated model policy on bullying, I mean, we just did that. It was a wonderful heavy lift, and it was an amazing work product that came out of that, and therefore an amazing policy that we put into place. Do you see us having to tweak our new-ish policy in short order to meet the state, or have we already exceeded what the base policy from the state will be, as I assume we are, and will we not have to adjust much?
As with any of the model policies, Ms. Schalheim, we in Anne Arundel County, with our focus, our student-first focus, and our focus on doing what's best in the best interest of all students, I think that we have a very comprehensive policy and subsequent regulatory language, and not just policy and regulatory language, but practice throughout our school system. I think that's the key, the practice and how it's implemented. And so I can't tell you what's going to come out of the model policy, but I can tell you that with under Dr. Arlato's leadership, Ms. Ortiz, as well as this board, previous boards, as well as our team, I feel very confident in the work that we do to support all of our students, not just with policy, with regulation, but with day-to-day practice.
Fantastic. Thank you.
There any other questions? Oh, Ms. Antoine. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't realize there would be many today. Ms. Antoine, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Mhm.
With the social media and the limited control that,
Mhm.
one person's home, how they utilize it. Are there ways the school can get involved with individual accounts if it's found that social media is being utilized to exploit or use others?
Not above and beyond the regular, and I can get a more comprehensive answer to you and the rest of the board, Ms. Antoine, but not above and beyond the regular processes that we have in alignment with our Code of Student Conduct, as well as anything that may rise to interaction with law enforcement. What I have known, and again, speaking as a parent as well as a middle school educator, the best source that we have to combat this is parental involvement. And, I encourage all parents to friend their child on social media, follow them on their TikTok account, follow them on their Instagram account, and continue to monitor those things because you will not only help us in having our students be safe and secure, but it gives you another window into your child's life to help you when you're making parental decisions. So that's probably one of the best pieces of advice because they are not utilizing social media when they're in our when they're in our schools for the most part, right? When they're in algebra class, they're engaged in algebra. And certainly when they're in social studies class, they're highly engaged in social studies. And so as such, they have little to no time to really get onto social media platform. It's that downtime that they may have at the home and thinking about the age appropriate for different forms of social media.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you.
Other questions on this side? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, President Ellis. Hi, Ms. Jackson. My question has to do with how are students made aware of the reporting processes for like bullying or hate and bias behavior?
Thank you. So they are made aware several times through the Code of Student Conduct lessons. That's part of the rollout. When we have lessons through advisory, that's another avenue. But most importantly, when an unfortunate incident does occur, they also have an adult advocate, whether that be their parent. And some students don't have a parent or guardian that can advocate for themselves. And that's when the teacher or the administrator step in. Several of our bullying and bias reports, our bullying reports are completed by an administrator. For example, a student will come into the administrator's office. I'm having an issue with this student. I believe it's bullying. And the administrator will then complete it either on the spot or take notes and then follow up.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. And when the last time when these lessons were rolled out?
I do know some of that information. At our high school level, sorry, I'm going to move on to bullying. We do have Unity Day activities and lessons. We have our school counseling curriculum. It's part of our second step at the middle school level, dedicated to bullying and prevention. And again, our code of conduct lessons at the beginning of the year help reinforce that. It's one of those things that, students are made aware of, and, absolutely they forget, right? And so that's why, as part of our training with our adults, and again, our adults per COMAR go through a series of training to help recognize bullying. Some of you may have even done that training through the Safe Schools avenue. And so the onus should not be on the child to complete a form. And I want to be very, very clear about that. The onus should be on the child to report. to find that adult and report. So it's not about the form, it's about reporting and getting help. The form can be completed by an adult, a caring adult, or whomever. But the important piece is that if a child is in trouble, they have mechanisms for making sure that they report that. And as I say all the time, and thank you for the opportunity, 741-741, students are texting. And so text to 741-741 if you feel like you are in trouble and you don't have access to a caring adult to help you.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. President, I have a motion, and I would like to introduce it at the end of the departmental reports to be courteous of the presenter's time. If you may allow me to.
So the last
Was after the transportation report.
after transportation, is this in related to one of the departmental reports?
Yes, 5.02.
5.02. Okay. Okay, we're still going around. Did you just, Mr. Silkworth?
And if I could elaborate a little bit more on that question, before Mr. Silkworth, all students pre-K to 12 engage in lessons to support the Code of Student Conduct within the first 2 weeks of school, as I mentioned. Our code is not just a list of consequences, but it's a thoughtful capture of teaching and learning, including replacement behavior. And I know that you all are familiar with this, but this is what's online. Students engage in these topics throughout the school year, specifically when we reference bias, bullying, language, cyberbullying and harassment. That's included on page 28. And again, reiterating that our employees engage in the appropriate training, including safe schools. And then finally, AACPS have laws that are governed by the local and state and national guidelines for some of these issues, starting with Title IX at the federal level, all the way to COMAR at the state level. And finally, this board and other previous boards have a robust set of policies and follow-up regulatory language that deal with these issues. And so again, I know that you have perused the student handbook and code of conduct ad nauseum, and therefore you would know that these things are listed and in the code of student conduct lessons are a focal point. In my experience, I go back to teaching of the Constitution. When I taught the Constitution, we taught our students the Bill of Rights. And then in the 8th grade. And then when they went to government at the high school level, it was like they forgot what we taught them in the 8th grade. And so the teachers had to reteach them all over again. And so as with teaching and learning, that's what we do, right? We initially teach and we reinforce in 3 ways. We reinforce through our guidance curriculum, our professional school counseling curriculum, our school health curriculum, and it's initiated through our school safety code of conduct lessons. So thank you again for allowing me to elaborate. Mr. Silkworth, I apologize, I cut you off.
Oh, Ms. Jackson, that's fine. I just wanted to add one thing as someone who recently left the classroom and was there for a little bit of time. The whole concept about being a bully blocker. I was a bully blocker. I'm not going to say for my entire 49 years, but for the last 30 years, I can tell you, I was a bully blocker. And so I think the question was, how often do kids hear about that? Well, there are posters in schools, in the hallways, in our classrooms. And I can tell you that I referenced that very, very often. My students knew I was a bully blocker. And it's not just in the classroom. We also had a very robust school policy about bullying, to the point as the announcer, I would make announcements at football games, at basketball games, that bullying is something we are not going to tolerate. If you are bullying someone, please stop. And if you are the victim of a bully, please let us know, because we as a school system will not tolerate it. So I just wanted to make the point that it's really out there a lot. And I think that's true in all schools.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for pointing those things out, Mr. Silkworth. And again, that first 2 weeks we spend getting to know each other and reiterating what it's like to be part of a family at whatever school. And I think you brought up another great point, Mr. Silkworth, and to delineate the difference between it's not been taught versus we have a student who, because they have an adolescent brain, don't actually follow through or remember what has been taught. It's just like with our teenagers and driving. I'm sure every single parent who's had a teenager who's driving taught them to obey the speed limit. But I think if we were to follow them, I think maybe 1 or 2 times we have teenagers that probably may go over the speed limit in spite of those things that we have taught them, right? So again, they've been taught, but sometimes because the adolescent brain fluctuates and changes in a very rapid manner, their choices, we have to help them repair harm, going back to restorative practices, right? Once it's been done, we help you repair the harm. And then we are able to help you make a better choice the next time.
Did I have more questions down this end? Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, thank you again for your presentation, Ms. Jackson. And this may be a more appropriate question actually for Mr. Burns or even Ms. Ortiz. I believe there is a case going on at the national level that has implications for social media in particular and the ability of schools to respond to or follow or however what happens in those environments. And in this day and age, we do find that that is the locus of so much in bullying. So I'm just curious as to whether or not we're following this and what, if any, if we've thought this far, the implications might be, depending on that, how that case goes, for any need to adjust our current structure. So Mr. Burns may be the one, I don't know. It's just some of your discussion raised that in my mind.
And as he is approaching, my team, as well as all the teams here, we do pride ourselves on following current educational practice, right? And I'm sure, as you all do, we also have a decision-making matrix, right? Sure. In which we decide, we have across the top, as we're figuring this out, how applicable is it to our school system? Is it a mandate? And then, is it a school system that is comparable in size and in structure to ours? And so we follow through with those things. And so, we are very, we are a very research-based organization.
Oh,
Mr. Burns.
I do know that. Yes, thank you.
You all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think those last points are actually very important. With respect to any of the cases that you may see reported anywhere, whether national or locally, you're always going to find a tie back to what has been called the nexus for a long time. The idea being that if you're going to reach in any way as a school system student conduct somewhere, there has to be a nexus to the school system, to the school property. I remember 20 years ago, it was a difficult spate of, we'll call it off the school bus, but pretty quickly, soon after students got off the school bus, incidents of assaults and fights and things like that. The question was, how long and how far, time and distance, can the school system reach those kinds of incidents? If the students are getting off the school bus and grabbing each other and sort of spilling out onto a lawn or a sidewalk, we can make a pretty good argument you can discipline, right? If they walk a block away to a local playground, not a school playground, just a local playground or someone's yard or whatever, you lose the ability as a school to discipline those students, right? So what would often happen is you'd look for that nexus, and sometimes it would turn out that once the police were involved and once the parents were talked to and the kids, turns out, oh, actually, the nexus was 4 hours earlier at lunch, there was an argument. And maybe there was a bullying threat, or maybe there was a punch thrown, but no one saw it, right? And so you were able to sort of extend that nexus, that connection. So I don't think the law has changed much since that time. I don't think the law is any different right now. You're not going to be able to reach all student conduct at all places at all times of the day, nor frankly would you want to, because otherwise you're once again being asked not just to be in loco parentis, but being the parents,
Right.
and the police and everything else that as a school system you pick up. So to answer the question, Dr. Tobin, I would simply say, you want to watch and monitor the changes in the law. I would be surprised if at any level in any courts, the law is significantly changed that would grow the reach of schools to discipline students. So whether it's the bullying online at home about whatever the kids are doing in their free time, or whether they're frankly tossing comments to each other about perhaps whatever activity they do in school. Only way you're going to reach it probably in school is if there is the threat of disruption to the school activities from that interaction they're having. And I imagine from a discipline standpoint, you will see cases, the school system sees cases where what the kids talk about completely away from school spills over into school. Okay. And then you kind of create the nexus in the other direction. So I hope that answers your question. I don't anticipate a big sea change in the law. To be honest, most of the changes that this school system has been through with respect to student discipline actually come as a result of State Board of Education decisions and regulations. I mean, very different now than it was 25 years ago with respect to student discipline. In fact, I don't think the word expulsion gets uttered very much anymore, but it used to be.
Yep.
So I hope that helps.
Excellent. Thank you.
And
very
along
much.
with Mr. Burns' point, we again are reiterating that we are teaching replacement behaviors so that when they're in situations outside of the school day, they can use that we have given them. And one of my favorite emails was from my parent whose child decided to do a community circle at their birthday party. And so again, those are the types of things that we want to continue to teach children so that they can use replacement behaviors instead of some of the other behaviors with negative consequences.
I think you'd agree too. I think the comment that we've all heard in student discipline is students will say the safest place in their life is school. And the question becomes how to replicate the safety of school elsewhere, right? And it can't just be because you say the authorities are going to get you if you don't, because that's not the most effective tool with kids. It's teaching them those intervention strategies and those prevention strategies. So I think that is just as important as whether or not there's a nexus that allows you to discipline.
Thank you both very much.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Smith, I think for continuity, if you have a motion related to item 5.02, now would be the time. We've already extended this item a bit, and I think we should just close it out when we can.
Well, thank you for that, President Ellis. Over the course of this pandemic, battling a disease that affects us as individuals, but we've also been battling and affected our community as a whole, a disease of hate. We've seen hate in social media against different minority groups and women. Of all the work that AACP has done to combat these issues and make sure that this school system is a welcoming environment, but there's still more to be done. I want to make sure that our students know exactly what to do if a hateful act occurs and how to identify one. These issues are not always cut and dry, and that is where our students hit roadblocks. Conversations on these topics are not easy, but they need to be had. And that is why I move that all students in grades 6 through 12 within the first 2 months of school will have at least one comprehensive lesson that is appropriate to their age and grade level on sexual harassment and assault, hate and bias behavior, bullying, mental health, and suicide awareness, and that the lessons are to include the warning signs and examples, prevention strategies, and the different reporting measures within the school system and any other relevant information. And these lessons will be created by a countywide team of students and staff members. And furthermore, students will be reminded of the reporting measures at least once a quarter, and information will be made readily available year-round.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. I want to make sure that I understood what you said, Ms. Jackson, is that it's already compiled in our curriculum in multiple categories. And so based on that, are there any schools where what the motion has stated is not occurring? Is there any instances where this is not already occurring?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge. And again, I'll reiterate, the first 2 weeks of school, every child, pre-K to 12, participate in the Code of Student Conduct lessons through the handbook that were designed by educators and students, a committee that's already been in existence for several years, at least since I've been sitting in this seat. That committee, led by Ms. Shirley Jackson Avery, who is our coordinator for pre-K to 8 counseling, as well as Ms. Susan Love, put that committee together, Dr. Sean Ashworth in our Safe and Orderly, and I apologize to anybody on the team that I may have been remiss in talking about their leadership. And then again, the school counseling curriculum in November, for example, includes Healthy Relationships and Boundaries, Part 1 and 2. Elementary March lessons are paired with the Aaron's Law lessons. And again, that goes back to that whole idea of the state mandate. Middle school advisory, second step curriculum, module 2, and the middle school healthy relationship. And that's all for the sexual harassment and assault. In high school, in the health course, they have the One Love curriculum. The unit 2 is specifically safety and violence prevention. And at the high school, there are harassment lessons. In the middle school, there are sexual abuse and sexual assault lessons beginning in the 6th grade, and safety and violence prevention per COMAR. As I've stated before, our hate and bias, as Mr. Smith has pointed out, is part of our social justice curricula that we utilize at least 4 times throughout the school year. As Mr. Silkworth pointed out, that information is available to students throughout the day. Prior to COVID, it was printed on the back of the student ID, and that will continue to be our practice moving forward. Again, our Unity Day lessons outline hate and bias, bullying. Unity Day activities and lessons certainly cover those things. Our elementary counseling curriculum lessons cover that as well. And second step in October is dedicated, if you remember from my presentation in October, to bullying prevention. And last but certainly not least, as far as mental health and suicide is concerned, in our health and physical education curriculum, it is actually a unit that talks about depression, suicide, focuses on the warm line. In the middle school, mental health and emotional health, specifically suicide, depression, and the warm line, are part of the curriculum for health and physical education. And then finally, as far as mental health and suicide prevention, our school counseling partners with health teachers to deliver information and resources to the classroom during the wellness block and advisory, and that's ongoing. And in the elementary level, counseling is focused on resiliency and coping skills for wellness.
So essentially, through our policies that we adopted like about 18 months ago, and through our existing curriculum, which this board has adopted, all of those items are being accomplished. And I know that you guys showcased and highlighted many of the resources, and probably could have spent another 2-3 hours in the mental health forum also furthering it. And so I appreciate the statement that it makes, but we continuously, through our policies and through our curriculum adoptions and through the updates and encouragements, are already practicing this. And actually, I'm a little concerned that people may get the impression that we're not by even having a conversation about this motion. I will be a no, not out of disrespect for Mr. Smith and his intent, but I fear that the consequence of the outcome of this would be that we are absent, and I don't see the problem that we're trying to solve because we're already focused on it and we're already actively engaged it. So I will respectfully be a no on this, but I do appreciate the work that's already undergoing, and by no stretch do I think it's perfect form. Nothing is perfect in this world. And I know that each and every single day we're striving to improve it and do so. I don't see what this motion does outside of to make a statement. And I appreciate the statement and occasionally like to participate in those. This will not be one of those occasions because I fear that it does contradict what we've already done and accomplished. Thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. Mr. Smith, did you generate this to make a statement?
No.
So could you further elaborate this? I heard your preamble. I respect that preamble. And I know as a student in our system, you just didn't draw this. Something triggered you to develop such a motion as a student member of the board. So could you go into more detail, please, as to why you introduced this motion to the board?
Yeah, of course. I've been in AACPS for 12 years now, since the first grade. And I go through the student code of handbook lessons, but those lessons is really just a PowerPoint on the screen and the teacher's reading off a script, right? It's not interactive. And it's really just basic information that just does not stick. It's taught in a way that does not stick. It has not stuck with me. We're getting it in the health class, but you don't have to take health. Some students don't take health until 12th grade, right? So they won't get that information until 12th grade. If you took a health class in 9th grade and you get a very comprehensive lesson, you forget it. I took health in 10th grade. I remember the One Love lesson, but not every little piece about it. I remember the big pieces, but I just want to make sure that all students each and every year get a comprehensive lesson on these topics. Think of like health class by the beginning of every year. And this did not come, to be spiteful or anything like that. This came from what I've seen as a student and now as a student of the Board of Education, talking with students who've gone through these lessons just like me. It's just not sticking, right? And I think that Ms. Jackson, thank you for telling me that there's a committee of students and staff that already exists, but how many students are on this committee and how many times do they meet a year?
I can get that information to you.
And I would appreciate that. But, I just want to get students involved in this, just like how I'm involved. I'm in the decision-making process. They can be in the decision-making process because they can say what's working and what's not working. And if we're already doing the lessons, then what I'm trying to do here is just building on top of that, right? And make sure that it's really sticking with the students, because we all heard in closed session about a situation that occurred and that was handled, right, through the proper channels and everything like that. But we also heard that some students were waiting, 1 or 2 years to report it. I don't know why that is. Maybe they don't know the information, or maybe they thought that the situation that they were in wasn't what they learned, right? Because like I said, these situations are not cut and dry. They're very, very nuanced. We want to make sure that students have the wherewithal to report and to even before they make before the actions occur that lead to these traumatic experiences, they can stop themselves in the moment. I'll never forget, I think I told this board before, in 6th grade, walking to the school, it was the first quarter, kid called me the N-word, 10 times, N-word this, N-word that, N-word, N-word, in front of the whole school, right? And no kid in the crowd, myself included, thought, hey, I should file a hate report. I just went in school and, it just stuck with me for the rest of the day, and I was confused. And I don't want any other students to feel like that when it comes to that, sexual harassment or assault, bullying, anything. I just want students to have the proper tools and procedures. Like I said, I know what's going on in the schools, but in my opinion, as a student, I hope you all respect that, it can be better. It needs to be better for our students. I know, we have the posters on the wall, but if we're just, sticking a post on the wall and a lesson at the beginning of the school year, I mean, you can apply that with anything, right? If we just have equity posters on the wall, there's no need for the uni days because we have the lesson in the beginning of the school year. We just need to strengthen this. And that's what I'm trying to do, is coming out of a place where I just want to give our students the knowledge and the power because they just don't have it right now.
Okay, we are on Ms. Antwine. Does that answer your question?
It helped me to understand the purpose, and to understand, especially coming from the student perspective. I do not believe this was, and these department reports are awesome because it allows us to tell our story within the school system. So, Ms. Jackson, thank you very much for sharing details about what is being offered. So my next question would be, could some of what's being offered be introduced at the time frame that Mr. Smith is sharing in his motion?
So I that, and again, the part, and I am totally respectful of the information that Mr. Smith has given from the student perspective, because I too talk to my own students at home. One is as a high schooler as well. And as has been presented before, Mr. Vogelin does get student input through a quarterly survey?
For student wellness.
For student wellness. And so to answer your question directly, Ms. Antwine, it already is. I think the spirit of this is, how do we get students to follow what has been taught? And in the analogy that I use is that with the driving, and you taught your students who are driving to know the law. And I think Mr. Smith brings up a good point about that he didn't know to fill out a bias form. That's not what he's supposed to know. He's supposed to know that he's to report it to a caring adult. And if you don't have a caring adult at home, which is the situation for some of our students, as soon as you walk in the building, you tell the closest adult to you. And that's what our lessons at the beginning of the school year do, and throughout the school year. And I don't believe I have met a student or many students who can tell you that that's not been a message. So no, the message hasn't been go and complete the form. Although if you and your parents read through the Code of Student Conduct, you should know that. But I will venture to say your students know that they are to report. And as Mr. Smith has also alluded to, when it comes to an instance of a sensitive nature that perhaps is an illegal activity, there are many reasons why a student might not immediately report. And those of us who study and understand victims and victims' rights, and the stories of many victims, as those of us understand, that it could be years before a victim comes forward. And it's not because they don't know, it's because they perhaps don't have the tools, or they may feel like they don't have the support to report. And unfortunately, they may also, with what we know with children, and again, going back to our elementary curriculum, which we try to help our children with, is it may be someone that they are supposed to be in care and custody of. And so when they are the victim of that person, that makes it even harder. And so that's what we are continuing to help our students. So again, I want to reiterate to every student out there, it's not about filling out a form. It's about telling that caring adult so that person can get the proper help.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Ms. Jackson. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Silkworth.
In a recent survey, I think we learned that 63% of our students responded by saying that they knew what to do when they were confronted with a situation. I think it was about suicide. I really would like that to be 100%. And I think that's the intent of what Mr. Smith is actually saying here. I don't know that his motion is going to pass, but I think the message is clear. As a recent retiree, I taught in schools, and we did all of the things that Ms. Jackson is, and even more. But 63 is not 100. And so his intent is absolutely where we need to be. I just think we really are focusing as a school system in a marvelous way on trying to make that happen. But folks, we don't live in a perfect world. And so I don't think I can support the motion, but I clearly support his intent and his caring attitude for his fellow peers.
Ms. Schellheim.
I don't think I have anything to add at this point, but I'm listening.
Ms. Frank.
Similar to what Mr. Silkworth mentioned, I also would just like to suggest that the other side of this is when we go back in the fall, we're going to have some really difficult choices as to what we spend our time teaching our kids. And, you know, as we prioritized reading in our budget, and I would like to focus on that as well. And I feel as if we're doing a good job in some of these other subjects, that we really should focus on some of our core subjects and make sure that we're not forgetting about those. Although I do appreciate, you know, that mental health is very important, and I absolutely support it. I don't know that this is the best use of that very limited time to get some of these kids back into our buildings. And additionally, just one of my first PTA meetings I ever went to, we were discussing standardized testing, and one of the educators in the meeting said, you know, if only I had time to teach. And I think we do so much that we lose track of what we're not doing sometimes. So I just want to encourage everybody to really focus on, you know, we have to get these kids at a good place in reading and math, and those should be some focuses too. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm going to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. I do hear in Mr. Smith's comments a concern, I suppose, possibly about pedagogy, but more broadly about having this be really an organic part of education. I mean, again, we had the wellness presentation earlier. I made the comment there that I believe wellness is in fact the foundation. And in some sense, this is simply an extension of that. And I know many teachers who do work very hard to make this a part of the ethic of their classroom every day. It's not simply not simply, but it doesn't come across as a sort of thing that hangs off the side. That's a hard thing to do. That's one of the reasons teaching is among the most difficult professions. And so similar to some of my colleagues' comments, I'm not sure that emotion is needed right now. I think the message, however, is important, that as Mr. Silkworth said with regard to the one particular survey, 63% was actually a terrific number relative to some of what we've seen before. We always want to aim higher, but we do want to work hard always, and I know teachers and administrators do, to make sure that students understand and feel that this is part of all that they're there to learn and what it means to be in school. And so also perhaps one of my concerns about passing a motion like this is it becomes sort of another kind of mechanical piece that gets hung on to the point of all the things that teachers and administrators are sort of all the boxes we're requiring them to check. When in fact, I hear the whole point of this isn't a box to be checked. This is the most basic piece of education, which I know you are well aware of, Ms. Jackson, and certainly you are, Mr. Vogelin, and all the staff, and Dr. Arlotto. So that's essentially my understanding of this. And where I am, I probably, with all due respect to Mr. Smith, I understand what he's saying, will probably not vote in support of a motion per se, because I'm just not sure that's the best way to affect this. But I think the message is important, as you've noted, Ms. Jackson, and I think it's important to carry forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to, I think, join in and summarize a bit on what I've heard down the line from my colleagues. I certainly appreciate the intent, but even to expand on that a little bit, I'm the mom of teens who've come through the school system and currently a couple in the school system. And I get where you are, Mr. Smith, because to be honest, we see things presented to us that are right where we think they should be. And then when you speak with students about their actual lived experiences, it doesn't necessarily translate directly the way we would think up here that it does, and that we would want it to. So I fully support the idea that we definitely have opportunities for improvement. In other words, it sounds as if we are addressing the things we should be. They're maybe not hitting the mark as much as we would like them to be. But I don't think that this motion is the solution. And so I want to offer a couple of suggestions before we vote, which is one, Dr. Arlotto, you have your Student Advisory Council. And perhaps you could address this issue with them directly and get some ideas on how the lessons that we already have in place could improve and reach students better. Maybe there needs to be a little more interactive, personalized delivery of the message. And Mr. Smith, I believe you have a student advisory. Don't you meet with students? Or certainly, I know you have certainly done that, and perhaps you could get more feedback. I'm positive Dr. Arlotto would be open to more ideas, and we could disseminate the information that way. I fully support your efforts, and I would love to see that happen. But I just don't think that this motion is the way to do it. In other words, I don't think we need to start over, redo, form new lesson plans. We just need to take what we have and see how we can work it and improve it maybe a little more. Okay. And Mr. Smith, any final thoughts?
No, well, I just want to say thank you all for sharing your thoughts and opinions on this, but let's all take a step back, deep breath. These are heavy topics. I get that. And I know we're concerned that, this is just adding more pressure to our teachers, our administrators. It's not. I mean, this motion is really just centralizing what we're already doing. We already heard what Ms. Jackson had to say, and this is really just putting it all together within the first 2 months of the school year. We can definitely fit that in because you would just revamp lessons that are already there and just make sure they're more interactive, right? Make sure they're just not a teacher reading a script with their PowerPoint while half the class is asleep, right? Maybe we can have one of those community circles, right, where we talk about these issues. And also students know, it's just human nature. If you're having a problem, right, you should go to a higher power, right? Someone that can help you. But where people, mess up at, they might not recognize what's happening. And we need to give our students the skills to recognize what's happening. And that's what's not occurring in our school system. I mean, what's happening on Unity Day, it's more lessons of inclusivity, right? Respect each other's differences, not what hate looks like, right? And I love the Unity Day lessons, but I want a lesson on what, sexual harassment and assault look like, right? Because it's not all what we see on TV and movies. It's it's a gray area. Same thing with hate and biased behavior, bullying, mental health, and suicide awareness. So I want students to get these lessons, in sixth grade. I mean, this motion targets sixth grade, but hopefully in elementary school where it's comprehensive, then by the time they get to high school, we won't have problems like we see, right? Because one, students will know to report it. They'll know what it looks like. But then two, this will teach students to prevent it. In seventh grade, we were in history class. There was this kid and, he marched to his own drum. And I'm ashamed to say it, but I called him a name, right? My teacher pulled me aside and he said, Drake. Now, how would you feel if someone called you a name like that, right? And then it really made me stop and think. I never thought of myself as a bully. I just thought it was funny, right? But I didn't equate the two. And then from that day forth, it clicked with me, right? Because now I can prevent it. Now I can say if I'm doing it, or I can stop someone else doing it. And that's what needs to happen within the first 2 months of school. And then, throughout the school year. I know we're all getting caught up on the motion, but it doesn't have to. I try to make this motion. I think that it's not binding, right? It's not that constrictive, right? Because I didn't say exactly. I mean, what I said was what the lesson should include. It's pretty broad, right? It's not too specific. And then also the new fresh idea here is the student committee, right? Ms. Jackson just talked to us about the committee that's already there, but I don't know how many times they meet, and I don't know what that student input looks like, right? And then the surveys, the surveys isn't the student saying, I would like to see this happen. It's more like what's happening in the school system. So I would ask you all, you all said you support the idea, but if you just want to see change, let's not, let's just make it happen right now. And I just think this is the time and the place to do it. April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This motion targets sexual harassment, assault, and all kinds of other things. We've seen what's going on in the country with hate crimes against African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans. I mean, let's stop it in our school system. Let's continue to make sure our students have the knowledge to continue to make AACPS the welcoming environment that I know it can be and that it should be.
Okay. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Soakworth?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
3-5, motion fails.
Next, we have item 5.03, diversity and inclusion report. And thank you, Ms. Jackson and Mr. Vogelin. Good afternoon, Dr. Gillens. Thank you for waiting.
Hello, President Ellis, Vice President Schallheim, and Dr. Orlando, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, the Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement, and I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools in eliminating all gaps. With this goal in mind, I will be giving you an update on the newest professional development module that has been created for the April 21st early dismissal. In my September report, I shared my office's plan for the 3 early dismissal modules that focused
on the AACPS educational equity policy and regulations and how it lives in our schools. Schools selected their focus in one of these areas: diversity, equity, and inclusion in action, social justice and education, or creating an anti-bias, anti-racist school. The learning outcomes for the very last early dismissal module, which will take place on April 21st, are: review and report on successes achieved through the 3 early dismissal modules and identify the root causes for that success. The purpose of this activity is for schools to hear from fellow colleagues about shared successes, to celebrate one another, and then to determine the root causes of these successes in order to replicate these successes for the upcoming school year. The other learning outcome for the April 21st early dismissal module is to explore what an equity focus to school improvement planning should look like as supported in the AACPS educational equity policy and regulations, which state to identify the process for analyzing data to develop goals, objectives, strategies, and timelines for the implementation of equitable and culturally competent procedures and practices in each school. And that's item 12. Item 13 in our regulation state to identify the method of evaluation to measure the effect of equitable practices in AACPS and individual schools. School improvement plans serve as the blueprint for making gains in student learning by identifying patterns of inequity and taking responsibility for changing them. This last module was inspired by the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, ASCD's, March issue of Educational Leadership, titled Equity in Action. On the cover of this edition is a quote from James Baldwin: "Not everything is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." To seek feedback for improving the equity early dismissal modules for next year, schools will be asked to complete a 12-question survey ranging from reporting things they have implemented based on their learning and actions they intend to take to ensure equitable outcomes for our students. The feedback collected will continue to guide our work for the 2021-2022 school year. Thank you.
Questions? Just seeing if I have to go around. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. Dr. Gillens, before we met last time, there was an article about Unity Day, and I appreciate the response the school has taken in doing that. Could you please share when the next Unity Day is?
April 21st.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you for that report, Dr. Gillens. And I just want to say, I think Ms. Jackson touched on this in her report, that the school system has really gone above and beyond when teaching about equity and tolerance. And I just want to take this time to highlight actually what a student wrote in the Capital Gazette. They wrote a column, right? Students are writing columns now about this. Can you guys believe that? They're writing columns in the newspaper. We touched them so much that they're writing columns. And she said, a student from Rundle High School, social justice education is important for everyone, and it is for every student. It's just as important for students of color to learn about events and situations that affect them as it is for privileged students to learn about diverse backgrounds and the oppression that others have faced. Social justice education builds necessary critical thinking skills, empathy, compassion, social and cultural awareness. And I think that's our proof that what we're doing is working, right? Our students are really, they're taking really figuratively they're going to the rooftops, right, and shouting it out, right, for the whole community to see. But I just want to ask, I'm sure we all are aware of the violence against Asian Americans recently, and I just wondered if your office has done anything to address that.
That's a good question. I wouldn't say specifically addressed it, but certainly, that the superintendent of schools, Dr. Arlotto, definitely made a statement about standing in solidarity. Now, we are very mindful before we present any profession development that we're going to take that moment, right? Let's acknowledge, let's talk about it. Let's really process how we're feeling about, unfortunately, these situations of hate that continue to plague us. And I honestly think that continues to drive folks to create environments where we're no longer allowing this to happen. So to say specifically, here's a lesson we created, that's not the case. But it's continuing to do the work to say, here's additional evidence to support why the work we're doing is so important. And how do you want to create a new generation of young people, right? To make sure that we are creating anti-racist, anti-bias spaces in an inclusive environment in which we can see each other for who we are as human beings and what we have to offer. So I don't know if I've answered that directly for you.
No, I think you
But to
definitely.
specifically say, was there's this lesson created? I struggle with that as far as the authenticity. It's how do you allow this to add to the body of conversation that's already happening, right?
No,
That's
of
my
course. And the
approach.
reason, no, and thank you for the answer. The reason I asked that because this school system has done a lot, this over this pandemic to address all kinds of social issues, and those social issues in the media seem they're only affecting African Americans. I just want to make sure the public knew that we're not just addressing issues of African Americans, but that we're really trying to make just building that, like you said, just building those skills, right, of equity and empathy. And I think, what the students had to say in this column from yesterday, it just goes to show that we are hitting the mark there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle.
It's always wonderful to see you. It's not just Asian Americans, it's Asians, it's immigrants, it's everybody. But let's talk about safe spaces. And I was struggling with where to make my comments because there was a few different openers during this meeting. But that stamped book series, that stamped book study series was amazing. And every cluster should have the opportunity and the gift of that, of being in that environment and talking through that wonderful book and learning from it as I did. I attended all 4 sessions. I loved every stinking minute of it. I stayed for the after party at all 4 sessions. Principal Davenport will tell you that I did. And so it's opportunities like that will allow us to grow the amount of safe spaces to have these conversations and to learn from one another. Because I came at it from a cultural and religious minority. Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole world at this point knows that I'm the Jewish member of the Board of Education, and so I came at it from that perspective. I learned so much, and it was amazing. And so, just I can't praise the students who organized that enough, and they're so articulate and compassionate and understanding and patient. And Principal Davenport, there's so many staff members I'm going to miss, folks. Regional Superintendent Chris Truffer, it was just so amazing. And so I just want to see that cloned and replicated and spun out so that every corner of our county can experience what I experienced. And it wasn't just a board member and some students and some staff and some other students. It was a community event. There was a wonderful partnership with the public library, and I think the amount of participation countywide was just incredible. So let's do it again and again, because Severna Park and Broadneck need to hear what Arundel, Crofton, and South River Herd, right? I think those were the three. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And so, you know, let's do stuff like that again. Let's create more safe spaces and with more amazing books like that one. I mean, I devoured it, and now I'm halfway done with 2 others. I'm working on it. Yeah, which are not as easy to read as that one was, by the way. It's just, you know, it grabs your attention and holds it, you know, really just easily digestible and it doesn't make light of it, but it just places it in such a context that it's just so relatable. So anyway, I was trying to figure out where to put all that into today's meeting. But
Thank you. And they definitely went through a process.
Yeah,
Right.
it was-
They didn't show up in the community and say, hey, we're going to do this book study. There was definitely a process that got the young people, the staff, and the community to the point to be able to do that. So I definitely think, remember, I'm the professional development girl in me, right? So it's a process to get, because I don't want people to think, oh, I'm going to do a book study tomorrow. And it's like, let's pump the brakes. We definitely need to talk about the process that got the school to where they were to be able to partner with Kindness Grows here in the library, the public library.
Yes.
So there was a process, but I was there all 4 sessions. I was most of my breakouts were with Miss Ellis. So we were there together, but you're right. It was a beautiful thing, and you have to experience it to have been moved, right? It'll forever stay with you deeply.
Absolutely.
And you just see the world differently as a result of having that experience with young people.
Absolutely. It was
Yeah.
just amazing. Group 5 rocks.
Group 3.
Yeah. So yeah, I just if there's a way to, you know, I get that it's a long process and you have to have the right group to spur it along. I heard you did Group 5. But if we could get that going in other
Sure.
places, because I think there's so much learning that could occur. It will stay with me forever.
Yeah.
Life changing.
Yeah.
Just crazy, amazing students. Just so good.
Yeah.
It's really incredible. Thank you.
I'll pass on the information. Of course I will.
Do we have any more questions or comments? Dr. Tobin?
Yes. So I also wanted to congratulate you indirectly on that column that the students wrote, because I think that is indicative in many ways of the work that you and your office and so many others have done.
Yes.
I also want to tie a thread between this conversation and the previous conversation
do that.
that we were having around Mr. Smith's motion. When I said organic, this is what I meant. It's also the case that it's remarkable how students will listen to older students rather than simply, you know, that teacher. They love their teacher, but that's a whole other voice. And depending on the material, as all of you who are educators know, some things penetrate through other kids much more than they penetrate. So that is simply to say, yes, all of this should be replicated. And, you know, full truth in advertising, I've devoted decades of my life to teaching in that way, to facilitating those kinds of conversations. So this is near and dear to my heart. And I've done it with 7-year-olds. Okay. So it's not just an adult or college thing. And by the way, those students in that group you will ever meet, because that's what a professor is going to be ultimately looking for. But it is to say that I think, again, when I mentioned earlier that part of the discussion we were having was actually around pedagogy. This pedagogical model, which is a process, which doesn't just show up one day, we all know that. Those students have to be prepared to reach that point of facilitating for others, which is, I think, when we as educators understand somebody really learns something, right? Because you really integrate it into your own being. And again, that's what I meant by organic. I think that is a model. It's labor intensive. It's hard to scale. We know that. But I think so many of the issues that Mr. Smith raised ultimately can best be learned in the sense of integrated through this kind of model. And I think it is part of the equity and inclusion discussion. It is part of the wellness discussion. I mean, none of these things can be siloed. And it's ultimately part of the academic discussion for all the reasons we've said. So I applaud that work. It's always a delight to see you, Dr. Gillens, but I hope we continue to think of these things as integrated discussions and not separate silos of okay, for this few minutes we're talking about this, and for this we're talking about this. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll end with, I swear, I thought you were going to say exactly what I was going to say, but for once I have something to add, which is how fitting that Dr. Gillens, your report today was to tell us that you're using the opportunity for another module to assess how are we doing. And that, I think, ties very closely to the previous discussion we had, which is we know we're hitting all the targets that we want to hit, the information that we want to get out there, but how is it hitting? How are we doing? So I just really want to applaud you for that. I think that's wonderful to use the time that way. And yeah, I just had to tie that together because I think.
And I will report back the results once
Great.
we
Right.
obviously analyze it. And then on one of the reports before the school year ends, I'll definitely bring the results to the body here. Yep.
Well, we look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that concludes the diversity and inclusion report. And now item 5.04 transportation report. And a heads up for everyone, after this item, we are going to break for 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Shaknovich, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer here to bring item 5.04 to transportation report. We're happy to say that the non-publics are open and continue to incrementally open. We're routing those students as they do. It's important to recognize that the non-publics are a very unique set of schools in that they're independent operators. They operate on different schedules, different hours, and so it's hand and custom routing for those schools. So 30 of the 36 non-publics are now in operation for some version of in-person. Some of them just opened up within the last 2 days, and there's a couple others that are scheduled to open here later this week or next week. So the non-public community is certainly making strides to begin in person. And again, we're staying in lockstep with them to route them and working with our special education department and the families, and again, the independent school operators. Secondly, with only limited exceptions, we've successfully routed most of the elementary school hybrid students. They've been onboarded, and most of those youngsters were riding before the spring break that we just recently had. Similarly, again, with limited exceptions, the middle and high school students were also routed, and they, ones on the wait list, have begun to ride either this week or early next week. They've been onboarded. And remember that iterative process. So I've spoken about that before, right? So the school notifies us in transportation when a school has to be rounded, what the requirements are for that youngster. We then assign the child to the bus, again, assuming that there's capacity, we'll assign the child to the bus. We'll notify the school, we'll notify the contractor, and then it is that school's principal or some other designated representative from that school that then reaches out to the parent or guardian that says, congratulations, this is the day, this is your bus stop, for the specifics. And so we've been trying to personalize that because, again, it's very unique, right? The parent wants to know what bus, what teacher, what days, what everything. There's a lot of information that needs to be communicated. And the family or the guardian is most comfortable with that school administrator. So we made a decision, instead of just getting some anonymous robo email out of the transportation department, to let the school be that forward-facing element, and it's really been quite successful. Two other things that I've spoken about, one previously and one new piece, is the logjam at the MVA seems to be thankfully and slowly unraveling. It's still by appointment only, but we are now finally being able to get drivers through the system over to MVA to take their driving tests. So that looks better, and hopefully that will continue to get better. There's still no walk-in, driver tests, either initial or follow-up testing, but at least that's going up. The one new thing that we have been monitoring, though, is, and you've probably seen it on the news, is that there have now been some supply chain disruptions to the transportation construction industry, and really in this report I'm talking about the bus building industry, right? Mostly to do with semiconductors. You've probably seen even General Motors has had to shut down some plants. So we're very closely monitoring that. We've been outreaching to not only other partners here at the school districts, but in contact with the vendors, because we order buses, our contractor order buses. The one good thing that is a safety valve for us, and we've already confirmed that, is that through both MSDE and the MVA, there actually is a process for us to apply for and get an emergency, essentially a waiver that will, for cause, right? It can't just be arbitrary, but we'd be able to definitively prove that there's a reason why that bus didn't arrive, and therefore we couldn't take that 12-year bus out of service. So there is a process. Mr. Douglas, again, has confirmed that that's in place. We'll know how to do that, and we'll backmap that if we really get any indicators that those buses, either ours or the contractors, for some reason are delayed, don't get here by the time to get put back into service by August. We'll apply to MSD and MVA for that dispensation for however long it's going to require for those buses to come in. And again, it's not an Anne Arundel County issue. This is an industry issue, and we're glad that that the state recognizes that, and that there is a safety valve, this outlet for jurisdictions to be able to continue to operate, because we could not possibly just arbitrarily put the buses out of service because of age and then not have anything to backstop that. Some contractors, and even us as well, do have a small fleet of spares, but typically there wouldn't have been enough spares to fully make up for the fleet. Because remember, it's a 12-year life cycle, right? So the big bus operators, 1/12 of their buses are disappearing every single year because of this state provision. So it was a concern. We are monitoring it, but again, rest assured that there is a safety valve for us. And that's the topics that I had for this afternoon.
Do we have questions or discussion? Ms. Antwine? Oh, Ms. Corkell, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know usually I'm not on this one, but just to get, I don't think it's a question necessarily, but President Ellis, if I may address Dr. Arlotto and Mr. Tegnovich, if the mini bus or bus alternative, I guess is a better way, were to pass in the legislature here in the next, 5 days is left, I believe, 5-6 days or so. If we could maybe get an update on what impact that may be, and I'm thinking, because clearly it wouldn't affect this year, budget-wise and otherwise, but maybe some point in the summer or in the fall, I think that would be awesome if we could get just sort of what that could mean and what that does mean as we move forward.
And we are intently watching that. It would pretty much be a year.
About a year.
And I'll be happy to give you an update then once it passes, so we know more. But be it outsourced, right? If you go to Pennsylvania, for example, you see those smaller vehicles driving special ed students and regular ed students all over the place. And it's very prevalent up and down the Eastern Seaboard. If you just, if back in the day when we could travel. But Maryland was always very unique, right? It wouldn't allow those. So it would take a little bit of time, be it whether we self-performed or whether we outsourced, and we probably do a combination of both. But when the law passes, MVA and MSDE are going to have to write requirements for that kind of
Oh,
vehicle.
okay, so we're not going to be able to know what we're facing and what the safety
Right.
standards are until
For this
MVA
upcoming
merges with
September, because
MSD.
again, MSDE and MVA are going to have to write, whatever the final law passes, they're going to have to write specs. And then either us or the contractors are then going to have to order vehicles that comply with those specs, right? That's all going to take time.
Oh, yeah.
So should that pass, Ms. Corkadell, we would look to put that into operation in
23,
for
24.
September of 22. It simply could not transpire by September of 21.
No, I was thinking
Yeah.
like 23. It sounds like by the time
Yeah, we would be
acquisition
hopeful.
and-
Honestly, we would be, again, right,
Mhm.
TBD. There's a lot to learn still, but we would hope that we could begin to take advantage of that by September of 22, assuming that the regulations come out, industry can step up to the plate, the procurements or bids can all happen. But I'll be happy to get you an update. What happens after the General Assembly concludes, MSDE holds like a debrief, so this will happen a little bit later, but they'll call the transportation directors together. We'll analyze all the bills, find out what that means for all of us, and then sort of create a roadmap or a timeline to get there. And then so once I know that piece, I'll be happy to bring that back to this body.
So greatly appreciated. I know
Mhm.
there's so much involved with it. And I appreciate you continuing to track that with us because that is an opportunity I think that I've been looking forward to for a couple of years now. So
Yeah, it is. We're happy to see it moving along finally. It's not,
absolutely.
it wasn't,
I see after school programs being
Yeah, a lot of things.
doors opened for it.
Mhm.
No, seriously, I'm very excited about that.
Mhm.
That is how we open up doors for those gaps
Mhm.
and open up those opportunities for those kids. So I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shagnovich, for your presentation. I had two questions. One was about the partnership with the cameras on the buses. You talked about the supply, the supply chain management issue that's going on, and it was my understanding that the new buses that were coming into fleet would have those cameras. So did the camera situation get delayed because of this as well?
No, not directly attributable to this.
Okay.
However, because we're still a little bit behind the curve in that spot, but yes, for other jurisdictions that are in this time and space, Ms. Antwine, they are in fact getting impacted because of this chip shortage. So it is impacting the industry. It is just not specifically impacting us as of yet.
Understood. Thank you.
And who knows, right? I mean, we're all watching the news and reading the trade newspapers.
Right.
I mean, I know that the federal government, even the president himself now has recognized that this is a kind of become a national situation, right? And even the federal government is looking to partner with industry to unravel some of the supply chain issues that have led to, major disruptions throughout the Midwest, right? There's auto plants in Michigan that are shut down right now today because they don't have the materials they need to produce those cars. So it is very serious. It has gotten a lot of attention, and we're hoping that the federal government works with private industry to find a path forward on this.
Thank you. Then my second question may be a reopening question. So Dr. Arlotto, Mr. Shagnovich, if it is, I'll stand by and wait on the reopening. But I wanted to know if we could get an updated information on the students that are riding buses, not the names, of course, but the number, and as well as students that are currently coming back in person.
During my update, I'll share the new hybrid numbers as they stand as of today. I do not have numbers. We'll have to generate the numbers of students that are actually being transported on buses. I don't have that. I didn't prepare that for today.
And I don't have to have it now. I figured, if I introduced the request, that you definitely wouldn't be able to float it off. But the rationale behind my question was I'm in District 1, of course, and in many parts of the district, morning and afternoon when the buses are transitioning, I'm only seeing 1 to 2 students on the bus. And it could be for a number of reasons. I just wanted to be able to know what our numbers were so that I could compare it with some other concerns that are out there. So thank you.
Thank you for your update as always. I just had one question, and it kind of dovetails to reopening. So just like Ms. Antoine, if it does too much, then we'll tackle it during the reopening. But are there any students that have wanted to come back for hybrid, but could not because of transportation?
Yes. So, but it's a little bit more of a nuanced answer. So let me fill that out for you a little bit. So the bus has a capacity limit, okay? And so here's how the story starts. I'm going to make you a hypothetical story, but this is like reality 100 times over, right? So the student wants to come back to hybrid, and remember, there's a relationship between that school and that family, right? So the family and the school have a conversation, and say the parent or guardian wants the child to be there on a Monday, Tuesday, and they want the child to be with his or her teacher, Miss Smith, right? So the request starts with, I want to come back to hybrid, I want to be a Monday, Tuesday, and I want to be with Miss Smith because she's just my favorite teacher of all time. I don't get the Miss Smith part, but the school then notifies us, hey, I got a youngster, a third grader. Here's the student ID number. The child needs to get to school on a Monday, Tuesday. We then check the capacity of that bus. As long as everything's fine, the youngster is assigned to that bus. We notify the school, we notify the contractor. The school then reaches out to the parent. Everything's hunky-dory. So that's the best scenario possible, Michelle Heim. Where it gets more complicated is then that branches into 2 different options if that rosy scenario doesn't work. And here's how the 2 different options look. That bus where that youngster would have been in their neighborhood, the normal pickup and everything, right? It doesn't work because that bus is already at 21. It's already reached its CDC limit. What happens then is one of 2 things. In some cases, so we go back and we notify the school. The school then reaches back out to the family and says, here's the deal. If you can move to Thursday, Friday, we can accommodate you on a bus, no problems. You can keep Miss Smith as your teacher. Everybody's happy. Can you do it? And if the family says, well, I preferred Monday, Tuesday, but I really want my kid back in school Thursday, Friday, if that's what it takes, yes, then we'll do it. The problem is now solved, and the child gets on the bus and gets going. Another path, the other fork in that road is, no, I absolutely have to get Monday, Tuesday. That has to be what my family needs. Thursday, Friday no longer works. But I want my kid in school so much that I'm going to self-transport my youngster. I'm going to, right past on the bus opportunity, I'm just going to self-transport to the school. We have had students that got through that and it wouldn't work for them. So we're trying to work. It's literally like an ongoing dialogue. The school counselor gets involved, and it's usually not the principal, it's usually an assistant principal at that school. And we try everything possible to see what we can, do to get that youngster on a bus, because obviously we don't want the bus to be that an impediment if at all possible. But you started out with, but was there cases? Yes, there have been cases where we reached that terminus, or we're still in the process of trying to unravel that Gordian knot a little bit.
Got it. Because, there's, I've been watching bus numbers too, as you're well aware. And I just hope there's, that we're thinking creatively about this, because in my neighborhood, 489 goes this way and 286 comes down this way, and they literally, they meet at an intersection, a singular intersection. And so, like, where there's, and I'm sure that my neighborhood is not unique. So like, you
Mhm.
know, are we looking, I'm sure that your
Yep.
transportation
Yeah.
people.
So we've been creative. We have tried to sort of reconfigure the route possibly to assign the youngster to an underutilized bus. We've kind of done a little bit of everything because again, it would be pretty sad if transportation was the reason that a child couldn't get to school.
Correct,
We don't want to own that. We want the kid. I point blank told Miss Frank, we want every kid under the roof, that we can.
And is it 21? I thought it was 24. I
So
thought I
it-
saw buses that even had 25 kids on it, but in my mind.
So
might be-
it depends on the bus manufacturer because different bus manufacturers have a different number of
Oh, I
rows.
see.
The reason, so generally it's 21 or 23. Generally is the two numbers depending on the manufacturer. It's an odd number because they're either 11 or 12 row buses. We have to keep the one behind the driver empty. If there's an aide, that's another seat we have to keep empty. But the reason the number goes up is there's a sibling exception. So two siblings from the same house can
I see.
occupy a single bench, but two disassociated children cannot. So we actually have buses that have, gosh, I think even in South County, I think we have buses that have like 28,
Yeah,
27, 28
what I thought
students
I
on them. But that's because we're picking up so many children from the same household that are siblings. And again, up to a reasonable limit, we want to allow that to happen where it can. But 21 or 23, again, on a conventional bus, depending on which manufacturer, remember, discounting for the one seat behind the driver or maybe two seats if there's an aide. So there's a little bit of a math kind of behind it.
Thank you. And one more question. I assume Prismatic is underway with their
Mhm.
second go at it. What do you know when that project started?
I
Was
think
it immediately after we voted to sign?
I think we sent them the contract like that Thursday or something, and I think
Okay.
they already had a purchase order by like Monday or something. And
Okay.
we actually sent them information the Friday before they even had contract. We started uploading some data to them. So.
Good. So they're off
Mhm.
and running.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah, one quick follow-up to Ms. Schalheim's earlier questions regarding children for whom transportation may be an issue.
Mhm.
Just to refresh my memory, what is the mechanism for determining, how one family might be able to thread that needle and one family might not? In other words, is it simply a first come, first serve
So
structure?
the schools, and this, I don't want to tread Dr.
Yeah.
Lotto's opening report, but I mean, schools had waiting lists, right?
Okay, so yeah, okay.
On my end of the world, I don't know in what order the school had an active waiting list that they were keeping in an order of which they were contacted. They were then the ones that needed transportation that were in the transport zone whose parent checked the survey to yes, we need transportation. They were referred over to us, and then we took them in the order that the school gave them to us, school by school.
Okay, great. That's what I thought. I just wanted to double check that.
Yep.
Thank you. That's all.
Apologies. That does conclude our transportation report. Thank you for your time, Mr. Cheknovich. And the board will now be taking a 30-minute break. All right, we are back. And we are in section 6, consent items, award of contracts.
President, let's motion to bundle.
Motion to bundle.
Second.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus to bundle items 6.01 to 6.18? No dissent? All right, we are bundled. I will, for the sake of considering so many contracts, I'll just make sure that I've covered everyone in case there's questions. So I'll begin with Ms. Corkadell. Dr. Arlotto, do you have a recommendation for these contracts?
I do indeed. Thank you for asking. Madam President, members of the board, I recommend that the board approve the contracts as listed on today's agenda as 6.01 through 6.18.
Move to approve all numbers just listed.
Second. All right. Well, thank goodness that's your recommendation. We might have voted on them without knowing that. So it's
wouldn't want
helpful. All righty then.
Glad to take questions.
Now, Ms. Corkadell, anything? Ms. Antwine?
No.
Mr. Silkworth?
No.
Mr. Smith? Schalheim?
Yes. Just one quick question, kind of sort of also pertains to 802 award of contracts, but the boiler and water generators one, 6.09. Do we know which school specifically, or is it just a general contract to retain those services?
It's a general contract. All boilers and water heaters have to be inspected annually and certified to the state boiler inspectors requirements. So this is a maintenance and inspection agreement for all high pressure vessels across the county.
Fantastic. That's all I had.
Ms. Frank? Dr. Tobin? All right. Ms. Howell, you can.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Great, and now we are item 7.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. I recommend to the board that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Second.
All right. There's no discussion here. So Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 7.02, personnel. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Move to approve said actions.
Second.
All right. No discussion. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next, we have 7.03, new course approvals.
Yes, ma'am. As the team is assembling, including the bow tie clad Mr. Lee, delighted that you are here. I recommend approval of these courses beginning in the 2021-2022 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Fantastic. As you know, this is one of the really fun things that we get to do and you
Yes,
get
it
to be a
is.
part of. Each time we bring courses for your approval, it's a lot of fun for the curriculum folks each and every time they get to develop a new course around a need for students and advancing our instructional program. So while we don't have necessarily a presentation for you, we're glad to take questions.
All right. I'm going to start down that way. Any questions?
I'm going to let the team introduce
Oh,
themselves first, if you
Please,
don't
please,
mind.
please, please.
Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Good morning, or actually good afternoon, everybody. For the record, my name is Skip Lee. I'm the Director of Curriculum, and we're literally very honored to be here today to move forward these two proposals, but I'm going to let the authors of the two courses introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Weisgerber. I'm the teacher specialist for the signature programs.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maharlika Kaminsky, and I'm the signature program facilitator at Northeast.
Thank you for being here today. And it was wonderful reading about, would you each just like to give us a little bit about what went into these courses?
Sure. So the idea behind the courses was to tie in a connection to human performance, which is the signature at Northeast High School. And the idea in here would be very hands-on exploration of the activities within the courses. So the one course is ergonomics, which anyone who's been working from home since last March knows the importance of proper functioning equipment and the need for that in the workplace. And the idea behind this was also to connect to career relevance and the opportunity for kids to see that there's so much more out there that they can be. The other course is the mindful design course. And sorry, I'm eating my mask. The mindful design course also would connect that design in motion and that whole design thinking process to health and the importance of health in that healthy performance, that human performance connection to healthy mind, body, and soul. Harley, did you want to add?
I think you did a great job explaining that. But yeah, we really want to promote, people, your body, when it performs at its best, it's happy, it's healthy, and you can be more productive and do well.
We had a lot of community input with our integrated community stakeholders team, as well as some other community members to enhance the direction of the curriculum and so that it's relevant and workforce ready.
Ms. Weisgerber, I appreciate you bringing that point forward, as this is the first time for a signature proposal to this board, and the importance of the community contributing to those ideals, not just at the student level, but the implications of them moving forward into the workplace are pretty significant in the signature program. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we get to the board questions, if you don't mind, and I did not prepare you for this in advance, but I think it's important for the board to recognize that these are quarter credit classes. This is unique for a school district. Most school districts base things on full year courses or half year courses. And over the last couple of years under your leadership, we've begun to build quarter courses purposefully. Could you talk a little bit about that, please, for the board?
Yes, sir, I would be happy to. So we're on pending your approval, number 43 and 44 courses that are in what we call the high engagement passion course section of your program of study. And we are very, very excited about that fact that all of these courses have become, they're homegrown, they're real, they're generated from the classroom, student, and teacher interest in these topics. What it does for our schools, specifically our students, is an opportunity to experience an ideal coursework for a brief period of time, establish whether they do or do not like that, with always the implication that there's opportunities to move forward in that area. I'll give you an example away from these courses is we have a 1.0 credit requirement for fine arts in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, state requirement. And as you can expect, some students take theater and they find out in the first 2 weeks they don't like it or they love it. Well, that's a long time to endure a class that you don't like very much. And so what we've done is with the opportunities to have that 22, 23 day experience, then if they find their passion, they can move forward in it. Whereas it doesn't require them to endure the entire semester and or the year experience in other situations. So we found it to be very, very successful. We have some schools that are incredible champions in moving this forward. We have some schools that are up and coming and getting their groove on to figure out how to make this work for their students and for their teachers. And we're really proud of this particular initiative as a division of academics to afford our students these opportunities. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you for that. Ms. Corkdale.
Thank you, President Ellis. I just want to thank you guys. You know, I remember long time ago, like at least a decade, well over a decade ago, maybe, when signatures first came out. I remember sitting in the Southern Media Center as a community leader, and Dr. McMahon was there explaining how this all really works. And the number one question on my mind is, does it make you workforce ready? Does it actually land in something of substance if we're going to take and invest this time? And she assured me it would, and I've seen nothing but continuous progress being made that goes beyond the magnets, that really identifies us as a school system who embraces the community school model and what that means. And so fast forward, seeing Crofton recently go through theirs, and I just added in the beginning ones. I didn't get into the mixes or anything like that. Didn't think it was my place, but I am very encouraged that we get this as a translation because I do believe it makes us unique. I mean, we're able to really offer the possibilities, and I think that opens more doors and more opportunities for our kids and more scholarships too, quite frankly. I've seen some kids translate this stuff into some pretty nice scholarships and tech opportunities. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, President Ellis, and thank you guys for once again some incredible courses. So in the ergonomics class, as a person that deals with a lot of ergonomic issues, are the students learning the theoretical side as well as the hands-on side of ergonomics?
Yes, in the beginning, they're going to do some case studies and look at some of the historical aspects of ergonomics as they dive in. Because it's a passion course, we're not going to delve too much into that. We want them to be able to do the build and do the student produced project. But yes, there is going to be that delivery of the background information needed to be able to move forward.
And then as the author, do you come up with the titles as well?
It was a team effort.
I'm loving it, designing for wellness and then focusing on the design aspect that definitely will capture so much interest. And then the wellness portion of it and the integration of both. That was awesome.
Thank you.
My other question is about signature programs.
Yes.
How is it determined within the system what courses should be part of a signature program rather than, I guess, a standard traditional course?
That's a great question. Most of the signature programs deal with Explorations 1 and Explorations 2. This is unique at Northeast as a way to build the momentum of the signature program driving forward towards their community college pathway. So this is something that is kind of sprung out, and it's a new inception, but it's caught hold, and there's rumblings of a few others that are looking to do some creation in the future centered around their own community needs.
Wonderful. And just one more kind of part B to that one.
Of course.
If it's only being offered at Northeast, can students still apply because it's part of the signature? Outside of the, I guess, outside of the area of Northeast, could students outside of that area apply for this particular signature program?
No, the signature programs are community-based, so it's tied to the students that live in the area.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, could you talk a little bit about, Mrs. Antoine asked about the development of the course and adding courses at the signature. Could you talk a little bit about the advisories that assist us in that work with each of the signatures?
As far as the integrated community stakeholders
Yes.
team? Yes. So all of the signature programs, and many of you at one time or another have been a part of, a Signature's integrated community stakeholders team, and they are business community members surrounding 6 sectors, from health to government to education and to private sector as well, and many others. But the idea there is this group of stakeholders meets monthly with the signature program facilitator to discuss issues surrounding careers, surrounding activities that are being planned at the school. And they provide input as well as a lot of manpower and hours that they put into this. The community members looked at the curriculum. They've given us a direction as to where to go. They consistently look at the exploration curriculum to make sure that we're on target with workforce development. We make sure that our business partners are definitely involved with all of the decision making as it goes, because they are truly the industry experts, and that benefits us because this is where our students are going, and they're gaining internships and mentorships, and they're doing capstone projects, and these capstone projects are allowing these business partners to come in and mentor our students on there. So we have this integrated community stakeholders team that really does assist us in driving the trajectory of where we go with Signature. And it's constantly evolving and constantly growing, which is very exciting. Thank you.
President Ellis, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth?
We had a lot of discussion earlier today about wellness. And then what happens? These wonderful folks, great minds, great people, great work, they come to us and they've created courses that deal with wellness. I mean, the ergonomics, these are courses that I really wish I had the opportunity to take. I really would like to be able to see the results of the one that's going to create this water-based project. That would be amazing just to see that. And so I just want to thank you. I mean, this is just marvelous. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have you come sit in a class.
Thank you. I'd be happy to.
Mr. Smith?
I just want to say I share the excitement of my colleagues. You know, these are exciting classes. Almost make me want to be a freshman again, but not that much. But, so thank you all.
Thank you.
Ms. Shaw?
Oh, you know, this is the best part of my job. I love it when you all come with to us with new courses, and it just, what an amazing opportunity to just, you know, follow whatever ideas sort of comes to, well, not what, that doesn't sound right, but like you're only limited by your imagination, with what you all design, and you come to us with such amazing courses all the time, and it's just such a pleasure to be part of this process. I do have a couple of questions. So, and maybe this is just like a technical edit, but when we get these sheets, it would be helpful for me to know like which schools they would impact, or which schools to which they apply going forward, because then I don't have to ask you, but it sounds like it's just Northeast, right, at this moment. And can I get what's the full name of the signature program at Northeast? Is it ergonomics?
Human performance.
Human performance. So yeah, so that would be great to know too, just for information for me, for us, moving forward. But it's just fabulous. So yeah, I would love to take the ergonomics class too. I mean, sitting at the kitchen table with kiddo and the computer for a year is like, hardly ergonomically, correct. I just think that these are great, and it's so wonderful to be part of a school system with such a huge breadth of choices from which to pick at all of our schools. So you also mentioned that some schools have really embraced the quarter credit.
Yes, ma'am.
Model, and some are sort of slower to move to that.
On the build,
point.
yes.
All right, so how's Broadneck and Severna Park? I'm just talking about my district now. How are they doing on that? Is there a great movement there to get towards where we want to be, or is that too specific of a question? Like when do you see all schools having reached the goal that you and Dr. Olato share about having enough choice for a quarter credit classes? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
So I think that we'll never arrive, to be quite honest, Ms. Shelheim. I think we're always growing in directions that make the most sense for our student experience. Specific to the two schools that you asked about, they've made great strides this year with some assistance in terms of the scheduling and the course offerings that their administrations have said, hey, look, we've got some really cool courses out there. I'm looking for some teacher magnets that want to be this person in these students' lives. And so they're doing their own recruiting, their own marketing within their own buildings. Not something that from my level I get too much into, but we have an annual meeting called the Articulation Meeting. And at that meeting, Dr. McMahon and I both shared the desire for there to be at least 14 courses at each of our high schools. And there are some schools that are beyond that already, but that's our goal.
Fantastic.
And so we're really looking forward to, as you mentioned, affording students some unique opportunities specific to their building experience.
That's wonderful.
I don't have any preliminary data right now about their progress towards that goal, but that was what was established.
Okay, and is the goal for the fall, or is the goal sort of a longer term?
We'd like to see it sooner than later, but as I mentioned when I started speaking, it's growing. So as these sorts of courses come before you, the potential is for that number to continue to increase as the opportunities increase.
Wow, very good. I just love what y'all come up with. It's amazing.
And just for the record, at the very bottom of the document that you got, that you received, it says course duration semester 0.25 credits. That was actually Michelle Heim's request the last time I presented a quarter course. So this document is going to continue to grow. And the next time it will have the location on it. I will make sure.
And the signature name, because we have so many. Like I know Severna Park has Project Lead the Way. I'm not even sure what Broadneck has. I apologize. But, it's just good to know, as we go through these exercises where you all come with your wonderful, fabulous ideas, for us to learn more about, what's going on in each of our 13
that makes sense.
high schools and all that.
So I didn't plan this part, but before Ms. Weisgerber took her position in the signature office, she was actually the Broadneck signature facilitator. So what is Broadneck now?
Environmental literacy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So there you go.
Apologies, Broadneck, for not knowing that off the top of my head. All right, thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Yeah, I want to echo some of Ms. Schallheim's comments too. I'm enjoying learning a little bit more about how it all fits together and what offerings we have, not having a high school student and it being longer than I wanted to admit since I've been in high school in Anne Arundel County. So I do appreciate, seeing what's been updated and what you guys offer. You're sort of like the AACPS Imagineers. I did want to just ask about the water feature. Could you explain what exactly that is and looks like?
It's determined by the students.
Okay.
So the idea there would be that the students would come up with their own design and they would have full reign of whatever they wanted it to come up with. So we've actually gone in and done some research on some smaller modeled features. And they range from looking like ponds to waterfall, but it really is up to the students. And we left that wide open on purpose to allow for student creativity.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely be interested to see what comes out of that. There are probably some really interesting, creative things. So that's very exciting. Well, I really appreciate you guys presenting this. It was very interesting and definitely exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a lot of fun to start to think.
Dr. Tobin.
Yes, thank you. This is so much fun to read about. Thank you. First, Ms. Weisgerber, did you or someone related to you previously teach at Annapolis High School?
My niece is at Annapolis High School right now.
Okay, because
Yeah.
my daughter's very favorite teacher her freshman year was
Oh,
Miss Wise. So
that's
thank you.
wonderful.
I was like, it's not you, but so I have to tell you, I mean, I think this is fabulous, and I am a huge proponent of project-based learning anywhere, anyhow, with the discovery aspect, which is, I presume, also why you've left open what that water feature will look like, because it might be the students have great ideas that don't work, right? And there's a whole lot to learn in that process. So, that's what's wonderful about that. So I love to see this. I think the quarter credit is a fabulous idea. I know more universities are moving to something like that for similar reasons. And so I'm delighted to see that, and I hope it continues. I know the pathways are increasing. I believe there's one beginning possibly soon at Annapolis High, but there are some others. So I applaud you for being a part of that as well. I think that's such an opportunity for our students in so many ways. And I just want to say, I think I'm also delighted to hear that, we really are growing this within our own vineyard. I presume every time a new one of these courses is built, there's a new layer of learning to be shared, even though the specifics may fit to your particular signature. What's gone into this will fit, another course that will go into another signature. So I think that's hugely valuable work. So really no questions, just to say thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I really don't know what I could add. This really is one of my favorite things that we do. Is
it's our pleasure
hearing all the wonderful work that you all do. Yes, as a graduate of Anne Arundel County Public Schools, if we had all these classes available when I was here, I might still be in school. It really is cool to hear.
But as Drake said, maybe not.
Is that an option, by the way? Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
So I believe we already have a motion, right? Yep. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Corkadell? Aye. Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Soakworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
It never knows sometimes. Well, yeah.
Aw. I sure will. Yes. Yeah, we always shorten at Northeast. When I taught there for years, I was Gerb. So yeah, we don't go with the long name. She will love that. Thank you. Okay. That's wonderful. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
And now we are at item 7.04, student nutrition services. Whole school, code EB. Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute, is that right? Yeah, okay, yep. And good afternoon, Ms. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel.
Good afternoon, Jody Rissy, Supervisor of Food and Nutrition Services.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So before you on second reading is policy EB, Student Nutrition Services, whole school. It was on a 30-day public comment period, and we did not receive any public comments during that time.
Do we have any board questions or discussion? Ms. Schallheim?
Firstly, thank you again for bringing this policy before us, and to Ms. Ortiz directly for brainstorming with me and talking through some ideas I had about how to reference food allergies in our students with this policy. It just seems like a good place to tie some ends together, and so therefore I do have a potential. Well, I do have a motion for a potential amendment, but I guess my question first is, and I forgot to ask you, where would we put said amendment?
So I brought down the wrong glasses. I'm going to see what I can. COVID gave me bad vision.
Would it
Not
be
that I've
under
had
position?
COVID. I'm just saying during COVID I've gotten bad vision.
Do we tack it on to the end of position maybe? Like
We
number
could
14?
tack it to the end, or if there's another, there might be a better spot, like in along with the other mentioning of like the school.
The allergies are mentioned under 9.
Under 9.
Yeah, so we talked about them under 9. So maybe it could just
There
be
you
under
go.
9.
There you
maybe
go.
it's
So it
10
can be a
and
new 10.
reorder them?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So yeah, I do have an amendment, a potential addition to this. Again, like this came out of a fairly long conversation with Ms. Ortiz, and then she was gracious enough to provide some potential language. So this is her wording. So I assume it passes legal because she's a lawyer. So I move to add to the position part of the draft policy EB, a new number 10, and then reordering the subsequent position statements. But the new number 10 would read, so I move that we add this. The board supports a coordinated approach for the management of food allergies in the school environment to reduce the risk of food allergy related complications in students.
Second.
Okay. Starting with Ms. Corkadell, any?
I'm supportive of it. I do have one question, is how it's just the word complications. Is that a normal word choice versus like, I guess?
Incidence is another potential word.
Yeah, I was just wondering how we got to complications because.
Yeah, so that was language. So when I also chatted with Jody's Miss Rizzi, so I can't take all the credit. So CDC language, it was CDC language, and it's consistent with what we're doing now.
Yeah.
But if you want to change it to incidence, that's also appropriate or another synonym.
Yeah, I figured there's some
agency reference there that was leading to that word. So no, I'm supportive of it. I was just curious on the word complications. It sort of stuck out as not a normal word that we use related to health issues. So thank you.
Ms. Antoine? Yes.
Oh, yes, yeah, I sent it around, just for your for informational purposes, but I'm gonna resend it. Oh, absolutely. I believe she has it already, but I will do so, as soon as my computer allows me to copy and paste.
And then the only, I heard the board supports, and I shared this with the board members before. I believe board supports is excellent, but in policy, I think we should be more actionable. So, prior to reading it, that might be the only take away, and I would be recommending that we make it come off more actionable.
Yeah, and the reason why we use language like commits and commitment and supports, because it's the sort of the vision of the board, and then the action items really come in the regulation. Obviously, there are some exceptions, like if you look at the ethics and conflicts of interest policies and things like that, that don't necessarily have regulations or that are specific to like board function. And so in saying supports, right, and like as I mentioned, we're already doing all of this, and this language really just mirrors current practice. It's clearly stating the board's position on this matter, and then in which case in the regulation it is implemented. And we do currently have language in the regulation on food allergies, and speaking with Ms. Rizzi, we'll tweak that a little bit to mirror, to align with this language and current practice as well.
I'm with that, and it's totally off course for this. And with you guys being busy, it's definitely something I can bring up as we move forward, structuring our policies. I just think it sends a stronger message when we don't talk about how we support, but rather how we do. So I have it here, and speaking of support, I support this as well.
Mr. Silkworth?
No question.
Mr. Smith? Ms. Frank?
Yeah, the word coordinated approach, coordinated when we're discussing that, who is coordinating with whom? And can you define what that is?
Sure. As one of the registered dietitians here for AACPS for over 26 years, we consistently coordinate all of our efforts on any texture modification or allergy-related, diagnosis of a student with our school nurses first. So it would go RD with the school nurse. We then pull in the parent, we pull in the student, and it's that coordinated group that does an independent plan with each of these children, and then it also goes into our student database. So it's an RD and an RN that are the first two that talk, and then we pull in the parents and we pull in the children.
Okay, so yeah, I was getting to the school health services aspect. I was just asking about that mostly. But you're already doing that.
Correct.
And
We've been doing this for years,
Okay.
and I think it just says that we pull together a group. It wasn't kind of mentioning the coordinated approach to it, even though that's really what we have. So it's just strengthening the language with the practice that's been going on since 1995.
Perfect. Great.
Yeah, and the regulation, as Jody, Ms. Rizzi mentioned, speaks to that, but it didn't use those exact words. And so if this, amendment is adopted, then we would use similar language in the regulation to kind of tie it together so that it's aligned.
Okay, great. Yeah, so it's something that we're already doing. We're just
Yes.
solidifying it in policy.
Exactly, yes. And if I may, we also have a whole other policy and regulation on anaphylactic allergies, and that's aligned with state law and regulations. But in speaking with Ms. Schalheim, it made sense to have a more substantive reference in the policy language to kind of tie it together.
Dr. Tobin? So I believe we've covered this, but just to make sure adding this language to the policy wouldn't change anything that we're doing.
Correct.
Okay.
But it
I
just
just think
highlights
it's important
it.
to know what that,
Yes.
what changes it would create, but there's none. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Practice is already in place.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So I believe we can vote on the amendment.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. No, it's second reading.
Oh, and I do want to mention, in accordance with policy BF, your policy setting policy, I will repost this policy and highlight this amendment to it for additional public comment period until the next board meeting, and it will be on third reading at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. And now item 7.05, data governance. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we had gone around. I'm sorry. Are we still on? Okay, you have more. Yep.
And it's a pretty reduced meal application on the website. And in times of, everyone doesn't have access to the website for whatever reason, is it still being, offered in hard copy to schools? For example, a long time ago when I was a parent in CPS, it would be sent home as part of my son's package when he came to school. Is that still occurring?
We do not, again, for the record, Jody Rissy, Food and Nutrition Services Supervisor. We do not send hard copies home to all of the families like we have in the past. They are available upon request. It's also accessible via your phone. So even though it's an online app, you can do it via phone, or so there's an application on your phone, online app through a website, or a paper application is available at the school if needed.
Even if they don't have the phone, they don't have access to the website, could they go to the school and support and complete that?
They 100% can, and they can call our office at 410-222-5900, and we will gladly fill out the application for them.
All right, so I believe that closes out that agenda item. Thank you again, Mr. C. Much appreciated. So we are now on item 7.05, Data Governance Code DL. Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, so policy DL, data governance, is before you on second reading. You may recall this is a new policy that essentially just codifies current practice and aligns with MSDE best practices. It just codifies things that we have already been doing as a school system in this policy as it relates to data governance. And it was on a 30-day public comment period as well, and we did not receive any public comment.
Great. So I'm just going to look around the room for questions. Anyone on this side? Questions about this policy? Down this way. No questions. I don't have any questions about this policy, but I also don't see an opening to ask other broader questions about the legislative session. I don't even know if I can under this, but I'm going to try. So here, no, don't. All right, I'll
Send me an email
I'll send
and
you an email.
I will respond. But
Yeah, that sounds
yes,
great.
we're in the last week, so there's a lot going on.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, no worries. Let's not travel down a rabbit hole necessarily. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, thank you so much,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ortiz. Much appreciated. All right. So now we're on item 7.06, West County Elementary School design developments. While we have
Ms.
folks
Schallheim.
walking up, yes.
Motion to bundle item 7.06 to 7.08.
Okay. Sure.
Second.
Fantastic. Looking around the room for any dissent. Do we have consensus on this, y'all? Seeing no dissent, I think that sounds like a fabulous idea. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Arlotto first for his recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Vice President. The first being 7.06. I recommend board approval of the West County Elementary School new design development. Regarding 7.07, I recommend board approval of the Old Mill Middle School South replacement design development. And regarding agenda item 7.08, I recommend approval of the Forest Conservation Declaration of Covenants, Conditions, and Restrictions at Quarterfield Elementary School.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Okay, fantastic. So I'm gonna go around, since there's a lot of these are big items, and we want to make sure we cover everyone's questions. I'm gonna go around starting with Ms. Corgadon.
I don't have any questions per se. I just, I'm really excited that we're in the DDs now on some of these things because we desperately need the space, and I know we have an excited communities for this. So I'm just looking forward to seeing a CD here next to a couple of these really soon. But this is outstanding work, and I guess I do kind of have a question. Has there been anything in the design development process that has been slowed down because of COVID, or are we still tracking on schedule? Because I know you guys are so diligent about keeping us ahead of schedule when possible to be able to make up the time if something happens even.
No, we haven't had any issues, obviously with Teams and Zoom and everything like that. We've been able to have our reviews and meet with everyone.
Yeah, I heard they're doing perk tests again, so it sounds like by the time we get to there, we'll be in good shape. All right, great. Thank you so very much. No questions, Vice President Schalheim.
All right, thank you. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, Vice President Schalheim. Thank you all again. I'm looking at great work once more. My questions are generalized and not specific to 7.06. I want to talk about accessibility. In the case that in the design, we account for accessibility, but when it's all said and done, and we drive up to any school that has been designed and finished, if accessibility is not found to be accessible to the person needing that, how can they report that back to the school?
We do have an ADA committee that they just need to report it to the facilities office, and we will take that complaint or issue and get that resolved as best we can.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Then my second question is, as we're designing these under the restrooms, could the restrooms be gender neutral rather than boys restroom, girls restroom? Could we design it where they're gender neutral instead?
Some of our facilities, including Old Mill, have single stall restrooms, which could be used as gender neutral. And then our new high schools also have that.
So is that then becoming our design standard?
Yeah, that's our prototype now.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Silkler.
I have no questions. Thank you for your great work.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, but just quickly, off of what Ms. Antoine just said, don't I remember when I went to Seven Oaks, the bathroom in the classroom, that was gender neutral, correct?
The
And
bathroom,
that's I saw that was still the case with the
yeah, we put the bathroom in the classroom for K and pre-K.
Yeah, great. But no, great work as usual. Just a side note, seeing the construction start at Meade High School on our renovation, very exciting time for the county. So thank you both as always.
Yep.
All right. You all know I have questions. Come on. Can't get away that easily. I have questions about specimen tree removal And I mean, it alluded to it, right? Because, I read both of these cover to cover, but it doesn't, it just says that more, essentially paraphrasing, that more requirements might have to occur if and when a specimen tree is removed. So do we know what those are? And are we for sure that we're going to have to remove specimen trees for both 7.06 and 7.07? That'd be the West County Elementary School and the Old Mill South site. Old Mill Middle South.
The West County site is largely open. It's a smaller site. It's about 10 acres that the school is actually going to sit on. There's likely to be a few specimen trees that will need to be removed in order to put that school on that site. They do a forest conservation easement, which we're going to be doing one for Quarterfield. And that really looks at the individual trees and the makeup of the trees that we're going to be having to disturb and what areas we can set aside for the school.
Okay, and then I did read, and if you can confirm, that the landscaping plans try to, as much as possible, include natives. Is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Yes.
Fantastic. And then 7.07, Old Mill South, geothermal. I was so excited. It's so great when a plan comes together. I love that you all always do a life cycle analysis with multiple options, right? Multiple HVAC options, but I think this is the first one for a while, at least, that it turned out that geothermal was a hit, and so I geek out on that. I think that's cool. And I have one more question for you. Actually, two more, and hopefully they'll be quick. So, is there ever a part of, and I'm a lead AP, but I'm old school lead before the diversified, before you had to continue to get education credits, because I have not done any of that since I first became lead certified more than a decade ago. So I don't know if this is under lead schools or not, but is there any use of solar tubes? Is there an application in which we can utilize solar tubes for lighting?
We actually use solar tubes at Crofton High School for the auxiliary gym. It has solar tubes in it.
Fantastic.
Yep.
So,
So we do look at that during our design. Natural light is one of the lead point parameters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, good. So, but are we at that point with either one of these two yet, or not quite?
They haven't really defined that much detail, but I'm sure that will be a component of it.
That's wonderful. And then for any sort of walk-in refrigeration for the kitchens, do you make use of strip curtains? I know they're cumbersome of employees going in and out, at least in like a grocery store application.
We
but,
actually,
they
yeah,
do
we
save energy.
we actually prefer air curtains.
Air curtains.
Yep.
And do those save as much in terms of energy efficiency as a strip curtain does?
So we actually did a study on our freezer and refrigerators in our high schools, and we determined that putting the freezer inside of the refrigerator would actually provide more efficiencies. So we do look at that.
Oh, wow. So neat. My former life. And then I know that both of these are solar ready. Like, we can't go through a meeting without me saying the word solar. That's the safe word. And so I'm obviously happy about that, but are we any closer to finally not just making them solar ready, but putting panels on schools? Like, what's our current cost per kWh, and what is our threshold to then be able to move forward in that way?
We are actually doing a feasibility study now, looking at what we have in the pipeline, some of the things that we have currently in place, and seeing what's the best solution for us moving forward. So we'll have that information in a couple of months. So we are.
Keep you informed or us informed. I would really love that. And as always, thank you for your work and for these wonderful reports. I definitely enjoy reading them. I read all of them, and just thank you for being here.
My apologies that I had to step away. Are we covering both?
Motion in a second. We did. That was the last one with questions.
Mhm.
So questions for you.
Okay, and we are voting on which,
We're bundling. We
are we bundled?
bundled 7.06
0.6 to 0.08.
Got it. Thank you. There other questions or comments? I just want to tell you what a pleasure I had reading the plans for these schools. The pictures are beautiful. West County Elementary, you know how we have been holding our breath for that project, and I'm so excited to actually see it coming together. You know, in all the elementary schools I've gone into and seen the cafeteria with the stage multi-use, I've never known it was called a cafeteria. New word for me, but it makes sense. No, I loved it. I could just picture walking around the grounds in those schools, and I'm very excited for both those schools to come together. And so we, I believe, can vote.
Can I ask for a repeat of the motion and the second, please?
I think
I didn't capture
Miss
it.
Antoine and Mr. Smith's emotion almost simultaneously said to motion. And then the seconds were also like 2 or 3. You could probably pick.
Thank you.
You know.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Soakworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 7.09, 2021-2022 board meeting, hearing, and workshop calendar. Do we have?
Okay. So I move that the April 6, 2022 meeting be moved to 6 p.m. with closed session to begin at 4 p.m. And that the April 20th, 2022 meeting be moved to 12 p.m. with a closed session to begin at 10 a.m.
Second.
Any questions, discussion? All right, you can vote. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Amendment passes 8-0.
And so now we will vote on the adoption. Do I have a motion to adopt it?
So move to adopt as amended.
Second.
Okay. No questions, discussion?
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right. Item 8.01, 2020-2021 reopening update. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, for an opportunity to give you a quick update. It's been 2 school days since we were last together talking about reopening, so there's not a great deal to share that's gone on the last 2 school days, but we've had about a week's time, and the schools have been busy in adding students to the hybrid model. So we have at the elementary school currently 16,061 students engaged in the hybrid model. At the secondary level, including middle school and high schools, we have 15,617 students engaged in the hybrid model, for a total of 31,678 students currently engaged in in-person learning in one of the 2 cohorts in the hybrid model. Since we were together a week ago, that's in addition of 379 students to the hybrid model. Now, a number more of than that have been added, moved from virtual to hybrid. But we also have students going the other direction from hybrid to virtual. So the overall gain in the past week since we were last together is 379 students. Also to note that beginning this week, we have invited 202 students to join the 4 days a week at the 3 developmental centers. And they are underway in bringing students in 4 days a week. As Mrs. Jackson shared with you in one of her updates, we have our final vaccine clinic scheduled for tomorrow at Severna Park High School. And this will close out our clinics in inoculating all those staff members that have chosen to be vaccinated. And this will be the last of our second dose routine for our employees. It has been an incredible experience. The planning team, the developmental team for this has just been fabulous. We've appreciated the partnership with our Department of Health and our fire department, but it really has been the Anne Arundel County Public School volunteers that have made this work and made it work so brilliantly. And so I'm so very proud of their work and thankful for their work. And then lastly, I want to share with you, before I take your questions, is that as of earlier today, and that number continues to grow, since our bringing the bulk of our students back to in-person learning on March 1st, we've had 183 positively identified cases of students and staff in our schools. That's included 138 students and 45 staff members. While there have been no declared outbreaks in schools by the Department of Health, which is the good news, and tells us that our schools are doing a fabulous job of working together with students and staff, and our custodial crews are doing a fabulous job keeping the buildings clean, but students are wearing their masks, they're keeping their distancing, they're practicing good hand sanitization. And so those mitigation strategies appear to be working. Unfortunately, as we know, and we're told very clearly by the public health officials, that if community spread rises, we would see a rise in schools. So the good news is we don't appear to see any rising cases in schools as a result of what's happening in schools, but I am concerned, and I want you, this board, to hear it and the public to hear it, that the cases are coming from the outside and they are impacting schools. We are quarantining students, we're having to quarantine staff, we're having to quarantine parts of athletic teams, and in some cases, entire athletic teams. And that's a problem for us and for our students. Our contact tracing team is working, it appears to be 24/7, and even through the holiday weekend, we had several positive cases that we've had to run down. And so while I'm not raising the red flag, it's important that you understand that we are seeing positive cases, and we're seeing an increase in positive cases that are impacting some classrooms in some schools and some staff. So with that, I'm glad to take questions.
Okay, I'll go down the line to see if anyone has questions. Ms. Corkadale.
Just a quick one. I wasn't going to have any at all, but since Dr. Arlotto raised it, in the fall sports, we do have in-person as well as outdoor. Has there been any measured difference in the level of cases of indoor versus outdoor? Like as far as like the teams?
It's an interesting question. So in the fall, there is one indoor sport, and that's volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
We have had several positive cases among a couple of volleyball teams, but the bulk of the positive cases have been with the outdoor sports, and that has included field hockey, football, soccer, cross country. Did I miss any, Bob? Right, I think that's, so we have had cases in each
Oh,
of the fall
cheerleading,
sports.
right?
Cheerleading.
Yeah, cheerleading.
Cheerleading.
We have
had a case in cheerleading. We have had, right.
Yeah.
But so it's been significantly more on the outdoor sports, but that I think is because it's significantly more, there's so many more students involved in those sports.
Yeah, I was just making-
Statistically speaking.
It
But I
was
think
a
the volleyball
concern,
teams,
yeah.
indoor sports
Yeah.
have just done a fabulous job. The fans have been great about keeping apart and wiping down their areas inside the gyms. The coaches have been great about keeping the girls apart during practice and wearing their masks when they're not on the court of play and they're on the sideline during games or practices. They've been just nothing short of amazing to really focus on their safety, the coaches, and the safety of the students.
Well, I just got to say, even though it's only for a few short weeks, the difference is huge. And to open up the newspaper in the morning, and no, I mean, I love all of my AACPS teams, but my kids' home base is with the Seahawks, and to see my volleyball girls, because my daughter was captain of that team when we almost made it and was beat out by Miss Ellis, by President Ellis's team in Arundel. Got knocked out of the playoff. Almost made it to the state. You guys beat us by one. It was just so heartwarming. But I know that there is that, concern. So I just wanted to see if there was any there to that. It appears that although we never want to see these cases and, always have concern and prayers and thoughts, what I am, I'm relieved that there is not an environment that is more conducive than the other in and of itself. Thank you.
Ms. Antoine?
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Arlotto. And I hear you on the COVID cases rising. Aside from isolation and the other mitigations that are in place right now, are there plans to introduce other types of mitigations to understanding that these cases will be rising, people will be bringing COVID in, not knowingly, of course, but they're bringing it in. Are there plans to reassess our management of COVID, even though it's definitely successful right now?
No, ma'am. There's no, we're not getting different advice from the health experts at this
Okay.
time. We continue to stay in touch almost daily with our Department of Health. And I meet weekly with the head of the Maryland Department of Health as she is advising all the superintendents. We meet every Friday morning at 8 a.m. and she continues to offer advice and support from the Maryland Department of Health. So no, there's no changes pending for us with regard to mitigation strategies, other than we know it's working in schools. So we really implore, and I know Mr. Smith has done this on a number of occasions to his classmates and the general public, that I implore folks to follow those same mitigation strategies around the neighborhood, in your communities, at home, at grocery stores, restaurants, wherever it is that you go, because it can have an impact on what's happening in school, whether it's in the classroom or on the field of play for athletics for our student athletes. Or if you're part of play rehearsal or whatever it might be, that our students and families need to think very clearly about sharing rides, not masking when they're around each other, and being together, those student athletes or students. And so we'll ask, and I continue to ask the public's support in that, so that we can continue to keep our schools open, each and every classroom, so that we don't have to quarantine students and staff, and keep all of our athletics and extracurriculars moving forward as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And then the numbers that you shared today about the hybrid enrollments, and I thank you for, because one of my questions was going to be, are there students who are going from hybrid back into virtual? So thank you for answering that. The breakout per school, could we please get an updated copy of that as well, please? And then finally, I think I'll let Mr. Smith ask this question because it concerns graduation. But I did have questions about graduations, just in case he doesn't answer it. If you don't mind, President Ellis, I'll ask it rather. If you don't mind, if he doesn't, come back around to me, please.
Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. I did have the opportunity to attend football as well as soccer. And I have to tell you, very uplifting to be able to go back to North County High School, or any school for that matter, and see the kids back to what really did appear to be somewhat of a sense of normalcy. You know, hopefully in September, we're going to get everybody back five days a week. We're going to be back. That's the goal. We all know that. The numbers that it's interesting, 31,678 students, I believe you said, hybrid, with a total of 183 in terms of the numbers. That's, I would rather the 183 be zero, but you know, it could be so much higher than that. Our students, our staff, they're doing a great job in the schools. I think if you take a look at the data, a lot of our 20 to 29-year-olds, 30 to 39-year-olds, they were the folks that really so far have not been vaccinated. However, the governor has opened that up. That's going to make a difference. Remember that many of those folks are the parents of our children. And that kind of explains perhaps why some of the numbers for our kids has gone up. It was uplifting also, 202 students of the developmental centers going back. That's marvelous. And so I just want to thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Before I have any questions, just to touch on what Dr. Arlotto was saying, just for the folks listening at home, COVID case doesn't affect us on the board. It affects you and your sports team. So just continue to stay vigilant out there and wear your mask, because you're just hurting yourself and your community. But my question, one, you gave us the case number, but has there been any, deaths linked with any of these cases?
Sorry, there has not been, and I'm going to knock on wood and pray each and every day that as we develop positive cases among students and staff, that we don't have any serious illnesses or deaths. But as of right now, no.
Great, thank the Lord. Then my next question, will there be any changes to grading in the fourth quarter? Or
no, sir. No, we made some changes for the beginning of the third marking period. So in February, we made some changes and pushed that out, but there's no planned changes for the fourth marking period.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. And finally, graduation. It's fast approaching. I think my last day is May 27th, and graduation is June 7th. We just got senior superlatives. Didn't get best eyes, but that's okay. But my question is, what's the plan on graduation? I know, we got unfortunate news about prom, but any updates with graduation?
So no firm updates other than we're continuing to work, looking at both indoor venue at live entertainment. And so we're still talking with them to see if that's a possibility. And we're looking at outdoor venues. We have had a conversation with the Naval Academy. They've been gracious enough to have us over and talk about the possible use of Navy Marine Corps Stadium. I will say that looks very, very unlikely. That's if nothing more, and you may have seen this in the news, that is now a mass vaccination site for the state. So that kind of rules that out for our access. And then we're continuing to explore the possibility of graduations at the individual or central high school sites, outdoor graduations.
Great. And I remember at one point they were considering like a split graduation. Is that still on the table?
So everything's on the table.
Okay.
Everything's on the table because we are committed to having an in-person commencement for the class of 2021. It's not the first time you've heard me say that, and I'll continue to say it. So everything's on the table. We would prefer not to split because it could take us, if we start splitting graduations, it could take us the whole month of June to get through them. And so that's not our first choice, but if necessary, we would go that direction. It all depends on the spacing, the distancing requirements, and the number of people we can have in a particular venue.
And finally, when should we have a final answer on it? End of this month, early next month?
I don't know. I don't have a date set. I'm trying not to rule anything out. I certainly could set a date if the board would prefer and say, if, for example, by May 10th, we don't have anything set, then I'm canceling them all. I don't think that's what you want me to do. And so I'm going to drag this out, for lack of better terms. I know it doesn't make everybody feel good, but we're going to drag this out as long as we can to keep all of our options open before I hit a date that says we have to pull the plug, as it were. It is different than proms, because proms the schools had to put down payments down. We're not talking about putting down payments down on venues for graduation. There are some possibilities where we could use some venues that would charge, but we're not, those don't look very viable. So for all intents, very intentionally, I've not set a date with our staff to say, we're not going to do it at this time. I'm going to drag it out as long as I can until we can exhaust all the possibilities.
Great. Fingers crossed. Well, thank you. And President, I do have a motion for later.
You said for later?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Shahan?
Yes, thank you as always for your update. So, I do have a few questions because there's a lot of confusion out there, right? So like we've been following CDC this entire time under the expert guidance of Dr. Kalyana Raman and the State Department of Health. That's correct?
For the most part.
For the
Yes.
most part. But then constituents in my district, parents from all across the county that come to me and say, well, why do we have to do it that way? And I'm not suggesting otherwise. Let's be clear, y'all. I follow CDC, but I just want to get it out in the universe. Like, why is it that so many other schools are back more in person than we are? And in fact, so many more states are back more in person than Maryland is. And is there wiggle room? So their guidelines are not mandates. So have we elected to follow all of those? And are other LEAs that you're aware of in the state of Maryland not following CDC guidelines like we are?
I don't know that I can speak specifically to the other LEAs in the state of Maryland, or certainly across the country. There are some LEAs that are going now 4 days a week. Those are some very small LEAs, and I've talked to a couple of those superintendents, but they are small LEAs that don't have the numbers that we do, and they don't have 100% of their students, right? The number of students that have agreed to come back have allowed them to do that, to combine cohorts. We have been following the advice of the public health experts. That advice has changed and continues to change over time. And so it is a combination of the CDC, the Maryland Department of Health, and our local health department. And that's the guidance that we have been following. We have not, it's been a very, very coordinated effort, as you well know, with our Department of Health. So I appreciate the question. In that our reopening plan from the very beginning has been reviewed and approved by our Department of Health. We've not done anything in isolation, anything in a vacuum. They are part of each and every conversation. So when you say, is there some wiggle room? Yeah, we could ignore the advice of the public health experts, right? We could say, yeah, I know you say don't put more than 21 on a bus, but we're going to fill a bus with 40. We certainly could do that. I'm not advising that. And I know you're not either, but I want to, since you want to put this out in the universe, I want to answer that in the universe as well. That we certainly could ignore the advice, but as your superintendent, I will never ignore the advice and direction of the public health experts. Whether it comes to COVID, or it comes to a lice outbreak, or a tuberculosis outbreak in a school, I will follow the direction of the public health experts.
Thank you for clarifying that, and for, I think it just bears repeating occasionally, because, while we all want this to be done, and I don't want to have this on my face and have bruises on my nose, and we all want to go back to normal, that we're not there yet. Now, we have our plans approved, and and so that is the process under which Maryland is functioning, where each LEA has to submit a plan to their local health officer or to the Maryland Department of Health for their approval, and so therefore we can't scribble outside of the lines of what it is they will or will not approve. Is that correct?
So that's a good question. The initially, when we closed school in March a year ago, we had to build a series of plans. And first, how we'd have continuity of instruction, if you remember that. We had to build a plan and submit it to the Maryland State Department of Education for approval. And then it became a reopening plan that was due in August, and how we're going to reopen schools. So we then built a reopening plan, the new website. It was presented to the board on a number of occasions. And that had to go to MSDE for approval. We did those, particularly the reopening plan, not the continuity of learning plan, but the reopening plan in consultation with our Department of Health. But so they approved it, but that large plan went to MSDE. Since that time, and as advice has changed, as we've learned more about COVID, distancing, masking, and those things, we have then relied on our local Department of Health for local approval. So we're not going back to MSDE and resubmitting a plan. They have our overall plan that was approved by our Department of Health. And now as we make incremental changes, we do that through our local departments.
And they have to approve they have to review and approve our plan for us to move forward. Is that an accurate statement?
So no. That question, if you remember, was asked of Dr. Kalyana when he was with us. And the answer is no. He doesn't have to approve a plan of the board to move forward. He doesn't have that authority. He does have the authority to shut us down with the number of cases and outbreaks. So he has that authority to just like he could shut down a restaurant or movie theater or whatever it might be, another public space. He has the authority to shut us down, but he can give us his advice, and this board could make a different decision on a reopening plan.
I thank you for all of that. I just think it's healthy to hear this occasionally, so we all know from what deck of cards we are playing. I also have a motion at the appropriate time, and thank you so much.
Ms. Frank?
A couple questions just to clarify a few things that you had mentioned previously. You said that we got 379 additional hybrid students net gain. Do we still have more on waiting lists, or did we clear through them?
No, we cleared the initial waiting list when we first reopened, and parents and principals were adding folks to the wait list. And so now they're sort of in that second phase. So yeah, we still have students on wait lists at the elementary, middle, and high schools. And our schools have been working yesterday and today to start to continue to clear those. But the originals were cleared, and now we're going back to sort of what those secondaries are. And those are as each one is very case specific, room in the classroom and room in transportation if needed.
And are parents still asking to participate in hybrid, or is it sort of stopped?
So the next step, and we talked about this a week ago, the next step is as we finish clearing up these wait lists, is we're then going to put out another, I'm going to use the term loosely, survey, and ask parents if you would like, if your child or children are fully virtual and you would like to return them to hybrid, we're going to give them another bite of the apple. We're going to give them another chance to say, yes, I would like to send my child into the 2-day-a-week hybrid. That is the next phase of our reopening.
And then the 202 students that were invited to the 4 days per week, have you heard back from any that are interested?
I think many of them are interested, and that's starting this week. I asked that very question to the team earlier today, and I'll know at the end of the week how many took us up on that offer. I think many of them will.
Great.
That was the sense the principals, because they made personal phone calls to the families of the 3 developmental centers and asked the parents if they'd like to engage your child 4 days a week. And I think the overwhelming majority was yes, but I'll have some specific data at the end of the week.
No, okay, that's, I just wanted to know if it was good, well received and people were trying to participate. So,
Absolutely.
great, that was it. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Dr. Tobin?
Yes, actually, one quick follow-up question on Ms. Frank's question about the 202 students that have been invited back for 4 days a week at the special centers. So we talked about this at the last meeting. Do you anticipate that once you've heard back from those 202 that there will be a next layer of another? We've talked about the different targeted groups that you'll begin contacting for 4 days a week.
Yes, so developmental centers first, then the next group are two alternative schools, J. Alder Adams at Mary Moss and Phoenix Academy.
Mhm.
And then the next week will be our ACC,
Mhm.
alternative curriculum classrooms,
Mhm.
And autism sites.
Mhm.
Is that right?
And the ED regions.
Oh, and the ED regional sites. I'm sorry,
Okay.
thank you. The ED regional sites are also, where are they in that mix?
1, 2, 3rd.
The third group.
Okay. Excellent. Thank
So
you.
they're all being, those will be personal phone calls and contacting the families and inviting them to 4 days a week.
And you had also, I believe, made mention in one of our previous conversations about a kind of then informal group, so to speak, of students that the building administrators, the teachers are aware really are not thriving in virtual. And so that would that invitation for 4 day, are coming back in 2-day hybrid, but may need 4 day, would that invitation then be forthcoming after these other groups?
Yes, really what will, most of those other groups are very specialized populations. And so we need to find out how many students want to return to the 2-day-a-week hybrid.
Right.
Because that will then give us specific numbers on the Monday, Tuesday cohort and the Thursday, Friday cohort, right? We need those numbers to say, can I then combine them without compromising the health and safety mitigation strategies that we have in place? We have a little bit of wiggle room, but what we'll need those numbers to then make to see if we can combine them and invite them in 4 days a week. Once we've done that, then as we're working with special populations in parallel, we can work with the schools to identify those students that could really benefit from being in 4 days a week. And we'll invite them to do that as well.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So Dr. Arlotto, do you have a sense how many we have on the waiting list right now?
I think the waiting list is just around a little over 1,000 students at the 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high school.
So 1,000 have been added since to the wait list since this is after you froze the wait list for a while, and so this is after that.
Yeah. Yes, but it also includes some that were on the wait list that have not been completely cleared, right? And they could be in process, right? So they found room in the classroom, and now transportation has to do the routing and check. And as Mr. Sheknovi showed, once we're able to connect those two and they're both a go, they're both a check, then really contact the parent and say, your child's good to go either Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday.
And parents don't have the option to bring their students in while the transportation's working out if they,
Absolutely. If they can drive their child to school, they
okay.
should bring their child to school.
So in other words, if that's the holdup, their parents are told
Right,
that.
transportation, if they are, yeah, they're told that, because the
Yeah.
question is,
Right.
right, you want to come in, can you, we have room in Thursday, Friday cohort, and I don't know about transportation, or transportation's a no, and the parent says, well, transportation's not an issue, I'll drive my child,
Mhm.
then we want them to drive their child in.
Right, right. Okay. So we've been around, I've heard interest in two motions. Okay. Ms. Shulhan.
Okay. So I'm going to preface this a little bit, y'all, so just bear with me. So we met in special session virtually last week. It was also Passover, and I therefore had family commitments. I'm a mom and a spouse and a daughter first. And so the unfortunate part is that, I missed a pretty consequential discussion and a couple motions as I understand it. And so I had to go, and I wasn't in the right headspace to offer an amendment to what was on the table at that time, nor work it through to a point where I was absolutely one way or another. But I have been advocating for choice this entire time since the beginning. And so I want to make good on that for the benefit of the students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools, District 5 residents, et cetera. So here's my motion, and then we can discuss it after I make it. So I move that after the groups of students identified in the motion passed at our March 30th special session have been invited back to 4 days per week of in-person instruction, all schools the superintendent determines can be safely opened based on current enrollment and CDC guidelines, while still providing the highest quality instruction for those who wish to remain virtual, be open promptly for 4 days per week of in-person instruction.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second. Ms. Corkadell, anything?
Just I don't know if this is a question or a friendly amendment or what it is, but we passed two motions on that evening, and my concern is there were two motions made. One was for action that was adopted. Well, there's three motions made, two passed. So I was just wondering if we needed to perhaps, Mr. Burns, reference which motion that it is referencing adopted in the language, because one was for the groups, I believe, which is what Ms. Schulheim is referencing, but then there was a resolution that is it is incredibly similar in language to this motion, but it was in a resolution format that was also adopted, that I had made, that was passed also. So I just want to make sure that what we pass is going to be clear and
Madam
appropriate.
President, before Mr. Burns weighs in, may I have a point of clarification, please?
Okay.
So I understood the motion and the resolution to be two separate entities. So
Well-
when she read this particular motion, I understood it to refer to the actual motion and not the resolution.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
Correct, but both are, anytime you take an action, it is called a motion. And there are different types of motion. There's a motion to adopt a resolution, to adopt a proclamation, to adopt an action. But they are all motions that are made, whether they are for amendments or for otherwise. And that's why I just wanted to make sure that we don't have an issue like further down the road with it. Are we good with that?
This did go through.
He's going like this. I'm trusting it. Okay. Now I know you checked. I just
Yeah.
wondered. It just occurred to me. I was just like, well, wait a second. Don't we do more than one? So
All right.
All right. No, I'm good. I have no questions. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that that was on the level.
Miss Antoine.
I just had a question about, first of all, Ms. Shalham, thank you, everyone that has been working to get our students back into schools. I think the board has been pretty unified on education is important to our students and the support to Dr. Olato and making that happen. So my question is, with the new information about the increased cases, although Dr. Olato said there were no flags at this time, I'm wondering if we bring students back in more often, that will probably raise the risk of more COVID cases. Would the health department then move to shut us down if we get any more cases? What is the shutdown point, if you will? The threshold. Thank you.
So the short answer, well, I won't even go to short answer. Let me respond in order of your points, Mrs. Antoine. Statistically speaking, yes, you bring in more students and we're going to have more positive cases. Regarding increased shutdown, I certainly think there is a possibility that as the cases increase, that we will have more. As Dr. Kaliraman has said to you on a number of occasions, it's a risk that we have to weigh as an entity in terms of the needs of the students and bringing them to school and the risk that we will have positive cases, right? Unfortunately, we can't eradicate yet all positive cases from schools. Regarding outbreak in schools, I believe the number is 2. Mr. Moser, 2 related cases compromise or comprise a outbreak in the school.
It's 2 cases in the same cohort that are not epidemiologically linked in a 14-day period. So, for example, siblings don't count, right? 2 siblings end up with COVID. That's not an outbreak.
Understood. Thank you. And then in the motion, it talked about the invitations after the invitations to the special groups. And so I'm doing I call it my Mississippi math, and you guys laugh, so I call it my dirty math. So we're looking at the entire month of April for those invitations almost. Is that correct? For the invitations to the special groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. So, my question for Dr. Alata is, if this motion, Dr. Alata, were to pass, how would it alter, whether positively or negatively, the vision that you've outlined for us in terms of where you think that you want to lead us in terms of bringing students back that need to come back?
So thank you for the question. I don't see this motion significantly changing the direction we're headed now and the plan that we have in reopening, getting students back to schools.
Mr. Smith.
So, if I heard you correctly, this motion won't really affect the direction we're going. It won't speed up the process or anything like that. I guess, but how will it affect you? I mean, and your team, right? Will this, like I asked before, will this help or hinder you?
I don't, again, I use the term significantly change. Anytime the board passes a motion, it changes what we do as a team and our planning, right? We consider it, we try and implement it to the letter and spirit of the motion. And so will it impact my team and I? Absolutely. We'll be thinking about it each and every day about how we can add students more quickly, and in what schools we can do that, where we, again, where we believe we can do that safely. Will it change? But we are headed in that direction. That's the direction that I've spelled out to the board, and that's where we're headed. But we'll certainly, it's each and every motion has an impact on my team and on the school system as we work to implement it.
Well, I guess I meant more, time frame wise, because I think a big part of this motion is the end be open promptly for 4 days per week of in-person instruction. So, and then you said it wouldn't affect it significantly, but wouldn't you say the time frame being altered is a significant change?
Well, I don't know that promptly changes our time frame that we have moving forward. I appreciate the word and I appreciate the motion in giving the superintendent and his team the ability to continue to make decisions that we feel are in the best interest of our students and staff. But there are, and you've heard me explain this, and we went through this in great detail a week ago, there are many variables that are involved in this. So where I would like to bring back students 4 days a week, I need to make sure that there's a teacher available for those 4 days a week. And if a particular teacher has an accommodation and can't come in person 4 days a week, then I can't add that class promptly or otherwise because there's no teacher available. Using that as an example, right? That's one. Transportation, making sure that we can serve lunches appropriately and have the appropriate distancing, because you know that we are having to eat in the classrooms, breakfast and lunch each day. And we have to make sure that we keep the students and staff safe during that time period. So there are many variables. I don't know that, again, going back to your use, you pulled out the word promptly. I don't know that changes significantly, but we'll go back if the motion passes and look at it as a team and see if there's anything that we can speed up in terms of getting students back in 4 days a week. But we're going to concentrate first on the special population students, those priority students, and then students that are in the greatest need before we would open it up to the general public and say, you get a choice if you want to come back 4 days a week.
Got it. And so I think I asked you this last time. Will this tie your hands like the other motion?
No, I don't see it significantly changing what we plan to do. We will go back as we always do after a motion and see how we can meet the letter and spirit of what that motion is. But no, I don't see this tying our hands.
Okay. And then quickly, how does the governor's opening up vaccines to 16-year-olds, do you think that's gonna, increase our chances to get at least high schoolers back sooner? Or I guess the other variables still come into play?
Yeah, we still have the other variables, right? We still have the CDC. If we want to continue to follow the guidance of the CDC is not to bring back secondary age students, at middle school and high school, because one, they're not cohorted from class to class, and two, we still have a high rate of transmission. What the hope would be, I would think, is that as 16-year-olds begin to get vaccinated, as more people begin to get vaccinated, we'll see that case rate in the county drop. And then we will see fewer cases in the schools.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Frank?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on a couple of things that I'm hearing from fellow board members. And I think if we're going back to the CDC guidelines, I want to reiterate some things that have been stated by the CDC back as far as November, that the CDC director said that schools should never have been closed in the spring, and he does not recommend that they be closed. So I want to just bring that back up. And it was also stated in the same time frame, quote, "The truth is for kids K through 12, one of the safest places they can be from our perspective is to remain in school." When we look at cases rising and we look at mitigation strategy, we should keep that perspective that this is a safe place for them to go because we are keeping those strategies in place for them. So I just want to make sure that as we're having these conversations, we keep that in mind too, that keeping them in school is really the goal. Just to be clear, we have these choices available to parents. If disruption is a concern, they have the choice to stay fully virtual, and I absolutely support that. But obviously for some it's not working. So I really want to support more choice as much as possible.
Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. I should say, and I've said this previously, and this was long before my time on the board, and nothing any of us can change. But if I could go back in time, I would say schools should be the last to close and the first to open. And the problem is we've been dealing in an environment where that was not the decision, and we had no control over that decision. That being said, I do think it's important to note here a critical part of this, and why I think this may be a step that the board in particular should take, and it's for the following reason. I think one outcome of this motion could be that different schools are going to have a different possibility here. So even within my own district, the effects, there's schools that have a very high hybrid group already, very high percentage, and those with a very small percentage. And I think frankly, for Dr. Arlotto as the superintendent and the chief executive of our school system, it would not be appropriate for him to make a decision that would potentially bring about such inequity in how many kids get to go 4 days a week in different schools. But these are extraordinary circumstances. Not that that needs to be said, but they are. And in these extraordinary circumstances, it is my view that is a decision that the board should make possible, because we have the possibility. I mean, for example, Mr. Smith has raised a few times the very small number of students in hybrid at Meade High School. So Meade High School has a good possibility of having sufficient space to possibly invite students 4 days a week. That may not be true for other high schools. But it would be, under these extraordinary circumstances, in my view, unfortunate to prevent Meade from doing that simply because there have been these different responses to hybrid. But I don't think it would frankly be fair to ask Dr. Arlotto to make that decision simply from his executive position. If we as a board believe that to be true, that is a responsibility we need to take as the governing board. And so for that reason, and most of my colleagues have asked most of the questions that I had, I think this, and especially because, as Dr. Arlotto has noted, this does not change his ability to determine what can and can't be done based on the guidance he is adhering to, and based on the necessities of all the other pieces of the puzzle, of which we know there are many. And so for that reason, I think this does open up potentially some possibilities that could be very valuable for a number of students in our district. So thank you.
So I'm sorry, I'm just sort of mulling over a few things that I heard. And I appreciate Ms. Frank sharing those remarks from the head of the CDC. You know, I've looked at the guidance throughout the CDC website many times. I'm doing it again right now, and um, what is clear is that the default assumption is that kids should be in school, and that's what that's the place we're supposed to be working from. And the CDC mentions research and research indicating that schools are safe places, and that you know, particularly the more mitigation strategies you're able to have in place, you know, the safer you are. But as Dr. Arlotto even used the term weighing the risks, that's what we're faced with here is weighing the risks. And that's why the language on the CDC website, like we were told that one of the biggest obstacles is well, the recommended distance for elementary school has now been reduced to 3 feet, but they didn't change the distancing on the buses. Well, that's because as much as you can space children out, you should. And I know that many of our buses only have a few students on them, but what it says is create distance between children on school buses when possible. And I can only assume that that means send kids to school, but if you can distance them more on buses, do that whenever you can. So I'm hearing the thought process there sounds to me as if, again, the default is have kids in school and do what you can, because everything you do is going to add layers to the safety of school operations. So I want to make that point really clear. I'm going to be honest. I appreciate that the motion has been brought before us today. I don't feel confident that we're going far enough or being ambitious enough. I have concerns that the special groups of students who I believe everyone seems to be in agreement are the priority. I believe a switch should be flipped. Every important group should be in the front of the line, and we should be implementing that. We should not take throughout the month of April to send out those invitations. I understand I'm not being insensitive to the amount of work that goes into each one of these steps. I understand how hard everyone's working, but every day in the classroom right now is more precious as the year goes on, and we're beginning fourth quarter next week. So I'm going to support the motion, but it's important for me to first just make the statement that I wish we're going further. But I'm also going to implore our superintendent to please use the CDC guidelines to do everything possible, instead of letting things like distancing on the bus, keeping children out of the classroom. I don't see that that's what the CDC is saying. The recommendation is not to reduce the distance between high school students, secondary students with our current case rate. But I have 2 students who their classes are 4 or 5 students. My daughter has 1 class. She's the only student in the class. Those sound to me like classes that could have kids 4 days a week and still be a 6-foot distance. So my point is, look at every situation and bring in more students, more days, as much as possible. And I will support the motion. Thank you. I believe we can vote. Oh, no, Ms. Schalheim, do you have anything else to add?
I appreciate all of my colleagues, and I ask for your support. Thanks.
Would you like me to reread the motion?
Please.
I move that after the groups of students identified in the motion passed at our March 30th special session have been invited back to 4 days per week of in-person instruction, all schools the superintendent determines can be safely opened based on current enrollment and CDC guidelines while still providing the highest quality instruction for those who remain virtual, be open promptly for 4 days per week of instruction. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, President Ellis. As you can tell, we're almost done with this tumultuous school year. Students, teachers, staff, families, and our school system as a whole have adjusted and overcame so many obstacles. I'm sure you all know this, and it goes without saying, but this has not been easy in any sense of the word. This pandemic, like most disasters, came out of nowhere and caught us all off guard. It put everyone under tremendous amounts of stress. Everyone has had their own individual battles, and most likely there's still more to come. And it was a very dark winter for some. But here we are. Spring has sprung, and the weather is finally staying consistent. Students are once again on sports fields and participating in-person clubs, and we are on our way to bringing some of our students into hybrid 4 days a week, while we are staying vigilant. And we are trying to find a sense of normalcy again. That being said, there is still a stressor for our student body, and that is homework. Before I go any further, I want to be clear and say that homework can be a great way for students to refresh on what they have just learned. We're going to preview about an upcoming lesson. But like with all things, too much of it can be a problem. Take this. Students who wake up at 6 a.m. to go to school until 2 or 3 p.m., then play a sport until 6 or 7 p.m. If they're not playing a sport, they're probably working a job until 10 p.m. or later. Then they go home and do homework for hours, and we still want them to try and get 8 hours of sleep. And I've not even touched on home life responsibilities. So where is the time to really study? Where is the time for friends or family? Where is the time for the student? Now more than ever in this era of virtual learning, where students are doing all their work from their home, which used to be a place where they can decompress, we need to give students their time back. Students are stressed out, burnt out, and they've hit the wall hard. Look at where we are now, 3/4 of the way through the school year. Before we know it, things will begin winding down. Students will need to prepare for any tests they'll be taking. So let's give them their time back. As a board, we have had multiple conversations on wellness and have made great strides to support our school system. Now let us take one more bold step. And that is why I move that homework at all grade levels during the 4th marking period of the 2020-2021 school year be limited to assigning ungraded readings and study materials.
Second.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Ellis. I took a look at in listening to the motion, and as a parent of a high schooler, I gotta say I respect the optic of our student and the mental health and the need for a break. But I also understand our learning losses. And we just finished talking about how important it is to try to get, because such a significant percentage of our kids need the in-person instruction, likewise, homework kind of goes hand in hand. And I gotta say, I had to take a look because it was also not quite sitting well with me as it relates to our current policies, regulations, the contract that is signed with the parents, the student, and the school at the beginning of the year, and the impact, the mark move that homework can have for the kid who has test anxiety, for example, because that homework is not a test. And therefore, at 10% of a grade, that's a huge difference. And that's the difference sometimes of making a college application and not. We've had many conversations and have not, as a board, always been in agreement with grading, but none of those conversations involve deviation from our policies, our practices, and our regulations. And as a result of prior actions of the board, I did pull up II, which is the grading policy, and homework is a required component under our policy. Section 3, I think it is here, I'm on, of the grading policy, homework is a required component for student achievement. A teacher's evaluation of homework shall be reflected in each student's grades or expected student behaviors. And then you take a look at what the regulation says, which is kind of the meat. And our homework actually has approximated minutes per week, per night rather, of homework, with pre-K and kindergarten being weekly is what I'm seeing. I took a look at the syllabi and how we get to the signed contracts. Those are very, very important in that we oblige them and they oblige them. It's a public contract. It's basically a contract that says, if you do these things, here is the percentage that it'll impact your grade. So my concerns for this is the following, and I was hoping maybe, I don't want to misinterpret the regulations and the policy. So President Ellis, if you don't mind, I see Ms. Ortiz is still here. If I could just have a minute of her time just to make sure I'm understanding this. And while she's coming to the testimony table, I'm just going to point out that, as I said, if an expectation is that I'm going to have this, and if kids have been struggling, and now they're finally getting the in-person, and that can translate that homework into success. And we are now investing millions of dollars into recovery education. And homework right now has been even transcending beyond the APs and the honorees, our English language learners. If they, based on, even with amendments, I tried playing with some of the language, it still does not add up to an outcome that's beneficial, in my opinion. But Ms. Ortiz, thank you for taking my questions. As I said, I read the policy, and our policies are always short because they are the guide, obviously. But it says that homework's going to be required, and I understand that the motion does not stipulate all homework on, but a certain percentage of it. Under those definitions, when I'm reading under IIRA grading, page 7 of 20, for example, it talks about what homework is designed to do. It defines what it must meet, and then certain percentages of per night and et cetera, based on the motion that was made. Will we still be in alignment with, because I see also there's revisions made that Dr. Lotto made just for hybrid and virtual in here. So this is fully upgraded, correct, in its regulatory? So I'm not seeing how they're in alignment without us having to further substantiate either a change in policy or a hard change in regulation And then which part of the reg would it apply to? I'm sorry. Just,
So for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So I think you've highlighted some of the things that popped into my head when in hearing the motion. So I don't have the language in front of me, but the policy does reference that homework is a required component of either student learning or student success or something to that degree. And also the regulation, as you, thank you, as you stated. So yes, I will still never got those
yeah, I
glasses.
was referencing, yeah, section 3,
But
which
yes,
is on, it's page
C3 on
3 of
page
4.
3 of 4.
It's page 3 of 4 on the policy, and I started at page 7 of 20, but then there's also another section of the reg. I was just starting there because there's a couple places I didn't want to
Yeah, so the
delay it any more
regulation.
time than we need to.
Yeah, thank you. The regulation is very comprehensive in identifying first, if you look at page 2, to your point about the syllabi. So at the beginning of the school year, in the secondary schools in particular, and parents do get some sort of like an outline even in the elementary schools, there is a syllabus that accompanies class, and it breaks down sort of the grading expectation for that class, and homework is 10% of that grade. And that's something that the parent and the student have to sign acknowledging it. So to your point, Ms. Corkadell, that's sort of that agreement that this class, whether it's a quarter class, a semester, a year-long class, your grade will be broken down to a certain degree. So then if you remove homework, that's 10% of the grade, and obviously could negatively impact the student, and can, have a C, B can become a C or an A B,
So
et cetera.
it can actually take away from grading opportunities for them to either raise it, and can also negatively create a downward because there's no
Yes.
offset because of the offset. Is that-
Absolutely. And to your point about Dr. Alato and meeting with executive team and talking to principals and teachers, there were recent changes made to the regulation for this quarter or for the second semester, dealing with flexibility of teachers in accepting late homework, whereas before, after like 5 days or so, and each teacher's was a little bit different. But
Is that
again,
the Sunday by Sunday, if 2 weeks, 50%?
so
if
that's
100%?
new. That was added to the regulation to address this concern
Yeah.
about homework and to provide more flexibility and allow students more time to be able to complete the work, because we do recognize that there's a lot going on. And so that was with input from principals and teachers, executive team staff, Dr. McMahon, her team, et cetera, was what the superintendent determined would be the best way forward to still be faithful to the policy and the regulation and that syllabus, that agreement that the parents and the students sign at the beginning of the school year, but also provide flexibility, because we're not taking away the grading, homework grading opportunities that would impact a grade. And as you referenced, the policy, the regulation is very detailed, throughout, in referencing homework in elementary, middle, and high school. There's a whole section on homework independently on page 7 of the regulation, and it goes through, to page 9. So yeah, it would be very impactful. This is also referenced in the parent handbook. Talks about grading and how grades are determined, and it references the syllabus and how the syllabus breaks down the grading percentages and how homework is a component of grading.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms.
You're
Ortiz. My other question is for Dr. Alato. So I remember hearing back in, and this would have been pre Mr. Smith, but also in post in updates throughout the course of this emergency, that has led to some of these recommendations is the idea of the grace and compassion. And I thought at the beginning of the school year that you had reported that because one of the reasons why we don't have a full day of instruction on Wednesday is also why our students are not seeing as much quantitatively as homework this year. And at least, and so it, that was followed throughout the year, correct? There are grace, compassion, and slight tweaking to make sure we still achieve the objective. That's what we've been operating under, correct?
Correct. And so you referenced two things. One is the schedule. The schedules were built by Dr. McMahon and the academics team in thinking about the needs of the students and the staff. So in trying to coordinate ability to deliver lunches, the ability for staff to have the appropriate amount of planning time, and giving students some time away from the screen necessarily. That Wednesday became an important time, particularly for students, to have that time where they could do the work, right? Where they have some of that downtime during the day. And what Mr. Smith describes is exactly what high school students go through. Whether it's the student athlete or the thespian or the person on the chess club, it's get up early and you go to bed late. And somewhere in there, there's school and practice and studying and maybe a little bit of social time. But what he describes is absolutely accurate. It's the life of a high schooler that you know well. So the schedules were built that way. And then the second point is we have, and as you have been referencing the grading regulatory language, we made some changes in mid-February based on what we were hearing from parents and students about the overburden of completing classwork and homework. So we not only altered and gave students more time with less penalties to turn in work, but we also
Which my son says thank you for on at least one occasion.
But we also, we told the teachers where you have to have a minimum of 9 grades. Now you can't have more than 15. We don't want you to overburden students, so we reduce, you'll see there.
I did see the
regulatory
15
language
and I thought it looked odd.
That
'cause
is
it's been
new
a while
language
since
just
we
for
looked at
this current situation that we're in, that you have to have a minimum certain number of grades, but we didn't have a maximum. And there were as teachers were learning this online version of instruction, they weren't really sure on how to gauge how much they can give and students have time to complete. So we reduced that number as well back in February.
And likewise, as a follow-up on the same question, when I see things like they have the ability to go in to master something or to make up in another means, in another platform, that's that they can actually do more homework, for example, to help further their understanding, or they can do a project. Is that how I'm understanding that? And so this could affect that would affect the outcome for the student who is using that as a portal to either master or to get caught up, for lack of a better term, in that recovery.
Absolutely. Homework serves a number of key parts of teaching and learning. Not the least of which is practice that Mr. Smith mentions, right? It is that practice, right? I really don't want the Meade baseball team to just show up for games, right? I think having practices in between games is really important. Homework, likewise, is the same, and I think our veteran teacher here on the board would agree that there is that practice. But in terms of the grading, as you referenced, I was exactly that student. That 10% that I felt I had control over didn't test very well, didn't assess very well, wasn't really, right? I didn't have control over that, but I had control over homework. And so by encouraging students to really buckle down and do that homework, I can contribute to my grade. I can contribute my grade by preparing for tests and quizzes and those things, but there is that 10% of that grade that I had real control over because I could work at it. It's also something that the student can go back to their teacher to get assistance with, right? And sometimes teachers will assign an additional homework assignment. It works in benefit of the student that is the student athlete that is not quite eligible, but going through the eligibility period by getting some additional assignments from the teacher, then that can count towards
That's
their
what I was
increased
saying.
grade.
So we would be taking away some of that for them. It's sounding like, because I mean, I guess I'd be a little bit more flexible about this if we were just tossing it in literally days before, I believe the second semester starts, what, next week, or right? Fourth marking period, yeah, the fourth and final quarter, which this is relevant to. So, I mean, I just know incidentally of way too many students that would be negatively impacted to support this. I appreciate where we were coming from. I wish we would been having this conversation in December, anticipating a second semester outgrowth of how we could better alleviate and maybe ask the teachers and the principals and the curriculum folks to try to come up with some creativity to alleviate the mental health concerns that you are seeking. And lastly, I'll just make a point, so I don't do a second round on commentary, that I gotta say that being challenged and having a purpose is equally as important as having that relief. And our students, their number one job in their life should be education. And we have to encourage that whenever possible. And I kind of feel that the board sort of stepping in and saying, I'm going to change up all of a sudden how we're grading, because that's exactly what would occur. You can, you can put out passion and a lot of case examples, but I'm about choice. And this does not provide choices for our students. It's taking away, and taking thusly away opportunities from some of our kids who really, really need it. If you were to take away the percentage of the homework being proposed here, whether it's all or partial for a student in an English language acquisition position, all of their homework is important. So that definition makes virtually all their homework still there. And then the athlete who just wanted some free time and probably has a half a schedule out the door their senior year by 10 a.m. at high school a couple of days a week with not a heavy caseload is looking at it as one less burden. But for the kids who absolutely need that's taking away from them, or controversially also burdening them more than the others to come out with the same type of great outcomes. And I just don't think in this environment that this is a good choice for all of our students. And I will be a no, although I totally get it. As I said, I just wish this would have been something presented to the school system where we could have maybe made it more malleable and something that we could have turned into a benefit, but not at this moment in time. Thank you also, Ms. Ortiz, for stepping up and stepping in for me. Greatly appreciated on the policy translation.
Ms. Antwine?
Dr. Alotto, how much discretion does the teacher have over homework? It's based on what I'm hearing from the interpretation of the policy, homework is basically predetermined, and the teacher is just issuing out what was predetermined. Where is that discretion coming in? The autonomy.
The discretion is in the amount and type and format that the homework is going to be assigned by the teacher. What's not is the 10% in the grade book. So that's consistent across teachers and across schools. So that grade book, that electronic grade book, homework works 10%. I may, as an algebra teacher, only give a couple of homework assignments, where you as a science teacher might give 20 or 30. So one of the things that we did do is limit the number. There have to be a minimum of 9 grades per course per marking period in the grade book. And that way we can diversify the grade, which better helps the student what's the word I'm looking for? It better enables the student to show what they know and are able to do, right? As opposed to saying, and I've known teachers in the past that I've worked with, that I knew an Algebra 2 teacher that gave 2 grades in the grade book, Unit 1 test and a Unit 2 test, and that was it. And so we purposely built a grading system such that there have to be a minimum of 9 grades so the student can spread that out and show what they know and able to do, and it's not concentrated in high stakes assessments. But in this time of COVID, we reduced that number to 15 in the core subjects and 13 in the 12 in the non-core subjects, so that we still have that diversity, but it wasn't overboard. And then I will say, lastly, that in talking about the schedules that Mrs. Corkadell referenced and I alluded to, one of the changes that was also made in February was based on input from students and parents and staff, was that we increased each of the periods from 45 minutes to 50. And then for each of the high school periods, we added a 20 minutes for the student to do classwork, to do homework, or to go back and see that teacher for individual or small group help. So we altered the schedule back in February at the request of many, and it was a great suggestion that now students, it's sort of like back in the day, you'd finish class and now you can stay 20 minutes after class and start getting your homework done, or go back and ask a question because you wanted to get some clarification before you took that assignment home. So that was another change that was made in February.
So, so I understand about the 9 grade policy, and that our policies themselves indicate that homework is necessary. But I'm reading the motion here, and it says that homework at all grade levels during the 4th marking period of 2021 be limited. So is that limitation somehow not meeting the expectation or the interpretation? What is it not meeting if it's limited?
I'm not sure that I'm able to answer that from my vantage point, and looking at the motion. I would say that in reading that, the interpretation would be that homework is no longer important and it's no longer required. That's George Arlotto's interpretation at the table, that it's not as important as it was before, and it's no longer required, though the teacher can assign ungraded readings and study materials in some certain areas and subjects that are mentioned.
And then finally, I want to address the consistent burnout that is discussed even before the pandemic. Some of our decision making was influenced by students letting us know that at certain times of the year they are burned out, and they requested that we consider that when we even do our calendars, when we make assignments and otherwise, because they basically said we're burnt out and we won't be doing it. So the result of not doing it is failure. So if we're talking about reinforcement, if we're talking about enrichment, could that not be achieved with additional reading and study materials? All right.
If the student feels compelled to do it.
Right. And and I get you, either way, it's a student's choice. Right now, we're looking at stats as saying that this, for whatever reason, and I know education should be important, but for many households, the prioritization is much different for even that student. And when they get home, it's not as traditional as it would have been in the past. And they're taking on even the role of head of household in some cases. And so if that is understood by, say, even the teacher, it seems to me, and the discretion is still there and allowed, it seems to me that something like this would support the enrichment while considering the experience and the conditions that particular student is facing. But as it stands right now, if that happens, based on what I heard from policy, if that does occur, then somehow the teacher has done something almost under the table in order to make that happen for a student that is known to have a greater need beyond what our policies are currently offering. I think that's all for now. So thank you.
Mr. Silkworth.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, President Ellis. Homework, give me a break. Ladies and gentlemen, homework is part of the game. And I would suggest that the syllabus is an important document because it does, and it actually always has outlined the expectations about homework. And of course, we do have regulations regarding homework. As I remember, it seems to me as that because I used to talk to my students about it all the time, that I think in the high school level, high school students are expected to do 2 hours of homework every night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but not Friday and over the weekend. If they have AP, they're expected to do more. We've had shortened classes, particularly AP. It makes it much more difficult for teachers to be able to accomplish what they need to accomplish. However, having said that, teachers must, as I always did, consider the workload of their students, both in the classroom, their classroom, as well as that whole school. I always had conversations with my students about how much their hands were tied with homework. There are some key words here: flexibility, somebody mentioned it earlier, grace, understanding, perseverance, accountability, and determination. Students must accept the responsibilities to themselves to achieve. In our school system, homework is a part of that. But having said that, teachers must always remember that students are social beings. They are people. They have lives to live outside of that classroom. I probably am going to be a no on the motion because I think it will tie the hands of some of our teachers. But I need everybody, and particularly out there, teachers out there, please keep that in mind, what I said, that you need to be understanding about our students, particularly where we are right now, because I always was. I clearly understand, again, Mr. Smith's intent, but again, I think I will probably have to be a no on this.
Ms. Schallheim.
I'm listening, and I want to thank Ms. Corkadell for bringing up the regulation that it currently exists. That was a helpful reminder, because yeah, of course, in a vacuum, in a otherwise cruddy year, it makes sense to me, but that helped to repaint the fuller picture. So I'm not where I thought I was, and I don't know where I'm going yet either. So I'm kind of on the fence now, but I appreciated having that reminder of what's on the books and the why behind it. So thank you.
Ms. Frank.
I definitely appreciate what we're trying to accomplish, and I think it's been some really great dialogue. I think it's taking a bit longer than a lot of people had thought, because we're kind of going through the philosophy of homework, and it's an interesting conversation. With that stated, I wouldn't support the motion today, but I would support maybe getting the CAC to take a look at some of our homework policies in general through a wellness lens. I think it is a little bit too late to do anything right now. It's, a couple days away from the marking period. And as Mr. Silkworth stated, that does make it more difficult for some folks to just kind of pivot in how they're grading and how they're structuring their class. But I do agree that we should be looking at this, and our student member brought this to us, and I think we should consider it more deeply at another time.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. Yeah, I recall some discussions earlier, probably when I first came on the board, which is sort of a blur around generally the learning curve that has been a part of the virtual leap. And I recall, I think it was Dr. McMahon who said at one point, you know, what we're learning is less is more. And I think there's a lot to that in many ways. And I said at the time that I hoped some of those lessons would persist with us after we get back to whatever back looks like. Because I philosophically myself, just as an educator and what I've seen, I do think there's a point of diminishing returns. And I think burnout is not ever what we're aiming at. And while Dr. Arlotto's right, there is a certain kind of just level of activity that goes with being in high school. There's a point at which that's helpful and valuable and invigorating and challenging. And then there's a point where it's defeating. And so you never want to cross over into an area that might ultimately be defeating for at least some students. But I also think this has been a year where there's been a lot of whiplash, and I worry about what, you know, especially looking at the regs and the policy could potentially be very jarring for a whole host of reasons, not the least of which, I mean, as a teacher, I would find it very difficult to suddenly to have mapped a year out or a semester out and suddenly find myself being told, okay, that's, you can't do this portion of it this way, and, you know, have to think about shifting to that extent, I think is a lot to ask. But that being said, I think Ms. Frank's suggestion is a very good one about the CAC. I think it's clear we've been hearing from students for a very long time before COVID about the levels of work. And, you know, I've heard from college students I've taught, and I've even heard my own daughter say, you know, she got to college and she said, with no disrespect to her amazing high school teachers, but she said, I feel like I did more and learned less in high school. I'm doing less and learning more in college, right? And that's partially a maturity thing, and that's partially, but it is a lesson worth thinking about. And maybe it goes back to what I was saying earlier about pedagogy. So I think this is, I mean, I think, Mr. Smith, you've raised what is a big issue. It's not an issue, I think, that can be fixed with emotion at this point. And for a whole host of other reasons, I think that is going to cause some other consequences that aren't going to ultimately help the students we're trying to help as much as we think it will, or we may think it will. But I don't want this to drop. I think we need to really keep thinking this through, because this is bigger than AACPS. This is a question on the table for education broadly. And I would hope, and I thank Mr. Smith for raising it, I would hope that this, whether there's a further report, whether there's a further, whatever we do, I want to see us pursue this and get the feedback that we need. So thank you.
I too want to thank you, Mr. Smith, for raising the topic. Very much what the last two speakers said. I'm very much in line with that. Look, I've been saying since I was a candidate, well, before I was a candidate for the Board of Education, it's time to reimagine education. Without a doubt, and bringing up the college student, that is that makes the picture clear. My son, we talk almost weekly. We have very philosophical discussions, and he's told me he's seen the light and seen so many things that could just be done differently. And that's not a dig at our school system, our administration. This is we have a model that is a very traditional model that is in effect across the country, but it's time to reimagine education. High school students are in the school building almost 7 hours a day, I believe. And we're talking about 90 minutes of homework per night, which we know in reality for many students that ends up being more than that. Largely, the research shows it's more than that for a lot of students because they're too tired to focus. And then we encourage kids to be well-rounded and play sports and get a job and all those things. So I am totally with you on the need to look at this topic. The solutions are so there's so many prongs to to the solution. I mean, I researched a couple years ago, and unless something has changed drastically in the last couple of years, American students spend more time at the school desk, more hours per year at the school desk than just about any other country in the world. So yes, I agree. We have to look at all of this. But there's also educational models that have no grading at all. And research shows positive things about that. That's something people can't even imagine. But we have a system the way it is now, and this is what the students are working with. And there are many students who are counting on this, I believe. They're counting on getting their work done and turning it in and getting the credit for it and impacting their grade positively in that way. And I worry for those students. I personally have some students who are not great test takers, and they count on all the other opportunities to positively impact their grades. And so I will not be able to support this motion, but I am surprisingly happy that this was introduced this evening, because I see that this board seems very together philosophically on the need to find some solutions to positively impact our students' lives. So thank you for that opportunity. Mr. Smith.
Thank you all, and I'm sure it's no surprise that the student member wants to do away with homework, right? But as the student member, the board member here, I want to do away with student burnout. I mean, I think we're looking at this at such a narrow lens. We're looking at this in the short term. Let's think about the long term, right? A student who is overworked this year, who's burnt out, what's going to happen next year, right? We say next year we want to be done with this pandemic. I do. I don't want to start college in a pandemic, right? We all want to be vaccinated, back in the building 5 days a week. What was the mindset of the students, right? Being back in the building does not equate to being back into that proper mindset. We've made strides with homework and grading, but I'm still hearing from students that they're burnt out, they're tired, they just want their free time. And we're about to bring kids back 4 days a week. That's for the kids that are going back in person. What about the kids that are still home struggling? They're not interacting. What about them? And the English language learner students, I get that, right? They need to practice as much as they can, but we have bright teachers here. I'm sure they can figure out something that's not just homework. Like I said, this motion still allows teachers to assign ungraded readings and stuff. And of course, students are not going to take advantage of it. But we're kind of saying through this, we're trying to teach them life skills. Sometimes you got to break a few eggs to bake a cake, right? Students, they'll say, okay, well, no homework. I'm not going to do this recommended reading. Then they fail a test or something, right? When what's going to happen next? They're going to study next time, pass that test. Well, now I know this. This happened to me. AP US History, 9th grade. I read the book, didn't take a single note, nary a note. The page was empty. I have no idea why. I just thought reading equated to studying. I think that's what a lot of students think. Took the test, 2.5 out of 10. 2.5 out of 10. I said, yep, never again. Next week, another test, studied, took 3 pages of notes. 10 out of 10. That's where learning happens, not just assigning stuff to assign stuff. And I think, what I just heard a lot of, idealistic views, right? This is not the conversation to be had right now. Thank you for bringing it up, but we just don't have the time. But when? When are we going to tackle these serious issues? I mean, students are burnt out now more than ever. What is the cause of that? I mean, someone said it. We want them to be well-rounded, get a job, right? Do sports, get involved. We have all these wonderful activities. So you're coming home late at night, and then you have to do all this homework. What good is that doing anyone? Just keeping them up all night, right? I've learned a lot more on this Board of Education than any homework assignment. I know a lot of students have learned a lot more at their part-time jobs on the fields than any homework. And now I'm not saying that, like I said, I noted that in my preamble, homework can be good, but not all the time. So I would just ask you all to really think, right? Not about, the grading implications, but think about the mental health of our students, right? We know homework is a fact of life. Pandemics are not a fact of life. So what's combining the two going to do? Negatively impact our students. I've seen it firsthand. Some of you have probably seen it firsthand, but I'm telling you, just communicate. When I go home, I just communicate with all kinds of students, right? And I'm sure you do too, but they're legit around me all day, every day, in class, out of class. They text me, message me, and they're all just burnt out. And I'm concerned about that. And I know you all are too. And this is my solution to that. Just try it. I know it's bold. I know it may seem scary right now, right? But we just try it. If it works, it works. And then also let's think of the practical aspects. We talked about learning laws. Think of the AP students have to do all that homework, then study for an AP test. 9th grade, going back to my AP experience. I played baseball, did clubs after baseball practice, went right to my desk after eating dinner, started doing my homework. Then I would study until like 1 a.m. Then to wake up at 6 a.m. for class. And we're talking about safe and healthy start times, about safe and healthy bedtimes. I know adolescents will tend to stay up later, but if we cut out the homework aspect, we're doing them a solid. So once again, just take that bold step. Just try it, see where it goes. And we wouldn't be the first county in the state in Maryland to do so. Harford County instituted no homework for the second semester. Second semester, right? I'm just asking for 1 quarter. But and I am glad we're having this conversation because it's a conversation that needs to be had. And thank you.
Ms. Howe.
I'm going to reread the motion. I move that homework at all grade levels during the 4th marking period of the 2020-2021 school year be limited to assigning ungraded readings and study materials. Ms. Corkadell.
Nay.
Ms. Antwine.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Nay.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Nay.
Ms. Frank.
Nay.
Dr. Tobin.
Nay.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
That's 2-6. Motion fails.
Boy, I'm in trouble when I get home. So
I was just telling Miss Antwine that those of us who have
anyway,
going to be a little bit.
we have one more item, but I was supposed to, I've all throughout the meeting, I keep meaning to go back to this. Public comments, I did not mention There were 3 online public comments that the public can access. There were also 8 that came in after the cutoff. Item 8.02, award of contracts. It's a review item. Does anyone have any? Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, I have a question about the Studio 39 boiler replacement. I was delighted to see this on here, of course. Does that contract represent the entire cost of it or just the design of it? Because I thought when we talked, it was supposed to be like a 7-figure number. I was thrilled to see this, but now I'm a little confused. Sorry if I stole your thunder, Dr. Tobin.
Alex Shekno, Chief Operating Officer. This is just for the design element. If you go to page 4 of the exhibit near the bottom, it says the construction cost estimate is $1 million.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. So, that's going to be pending availability of funds. What we are going to do is begin some of the design activities now. One of the, and largely one of our biggest challenges is we are not at that site. We would like to go natural gas and move away from number 2 fuel oil. We do not have a commercial grade gas service there. Transitioning, because it's all residential. I mean, it's, 1/2-inch pipe.
Yeah.
Not
Which
going to
won't
get
it done.
Yeah. So the long pole in the tent is to see the feasibility and what the appetite will be for BG&E, for the city to allow it and for BG&E to provide it. It's a very expensive proposition. Utility companies all, in a way, are a little bit of the same mindset, Ms. Schalheim. They, if they're going to make a capital investment, they need that to be paid back. And we're the only commercial anything, down that road. So, but we want to get that process going sooner rather than later so we can have some of these fundamental questions kind of cleared up before we get to the point of deciding, are we going to go, one way or the other? Because going natural gas versus oil in the mechanical engineering profession is a huge fork in a road, and it drives many, many other decisions in a project. And we at least wanted to get, I won't call it a feasibility study, but we at least needed to get some of those seminal questions answered sooner rather than later. And that's why we decided to move forward with some of the engineering and utility exploratory elements. The other piece is that is a very old building. And equipment today operates at a much higher temperature, operates much more efficiently, but with that comes a much higher temperature, et cetera. So we need to do some structural analysis as well to see if, for example, the chimney in the building can accept. So again, sorry, Mr. Smith, we're doing our homework. We're doing a little bit of homework in advance so we're not caught by surprise on test day. When we really are in a position, because we like to get this job done. We've been advocating with the county that it does need to get funded. The residents clearly want it to get funded. The city would like it to get done, and so would we. But we really want to get out ahead of the curve a little bit and get some of this fundamental research done so that by the time we do get around, hopefully, knock on wood, the county council acts favorably and the stars start lining up financially, we can get going on some things, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely, and keeping it as a heating oil sourced fuel for that boiler, even if it's new equipment, which will eliminate a lot of the issues that it's currently facing. That's not the ideal route. That's not as efficient or as cost effective or as healthy to the environment, right? All of those things.
No, that's so the price of some of our equipment on purpose. Many of our bigger plants are what we call dual fuel. They have both heating oil and natural gas. And then I watch the price of the commodity, and we'll switch from oil to gas depending on the cost per BTU.
Yeah.
of heating product.
Right.
And then also the utility companies occasionally have to do interruptions if there's supply pressures or demand pressures one way or the other. So having that capacity. The new heating equipment, the new boilers are operating at such a high rate of efficiency. It's almost like standing, being near a modern day diesel bus versus those, big soot emitting things that I used to walk past on the
Right.
campus of College Park that,
Yeah.
stuff's just coming at your face the whole time. So even if we do have to go to heating oil, it's not, it's night and day compared to the existing unit that's there. I would prefer to go to gas,
Yeah, of
however,
course.
if possible. And on a small plant like that, I talked about the dual fuel thing. That's not viable for a small plant. That only begins working at a secondary school, not on a teeny building like that. So
Yeah.
I got to go all one way or the other. I would rather go all gas if I can.
Well, thank you for that. I was hoping for like some sort of really deep discount on a boiler. Alas.
I was
Thank
hoping
you.
for a grant from the city, and alas, that hasn't happened either.
Yeah, city, if you're listening, get on it. Thank you.
Any other, Ms. Antwine? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Tobin.
I just want to say thank you for doing the due diligence on this ahead of time, because as you know, it's the residents are desperate to get this changed. So just thank you.
Ms. Antwine?
So mine is back on the earlier contract for the anatomy table. And I have to admit, when I first saw this, I was excited because I thought it was like the classic cut the frog open and the pig open. And so I was like, yay, But then I see it's virtual. I think it's really unfair. I think, the students should smell formaldehyde. But no, I'm only kidding. It was probably but my question, all jokes aside, with it being 6:00, with our BEMA and STEM programs, do they have something like this already, or should we, if they don't, are there plans to purchase them a similar type of table?
I would have to find out. I simply don't know. This was funded by a grant. So the physician assistant studies and dental assistant program at Cat South applied for a grant and prevailed.
Oh,
a
understood.
competitive grant. And you'll see on the very front page in the upper right hand of number 1 where it says budget source, it says grant.
Okay.
So this was a competitively sourced. They took the initiative, working with individuals here in central office, but they took the initiative to fight for this, and they won it. So now we're supporting them by going out and helping them buy it and install it, and turning it over to the teachers and the kids to use.
Oh, wonderful.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Oh, I'm not on yet, am I? Am I on? Yeah,
Yep.
good. Mrs. Antoine, it's a great question. And what we do is, no matter who takes the lead, as Mr. Saknovich said, in this case, it was the CAT Center, but we learn from each other and we move accordingly.
Okay.
And so while today it's the CAT Center, it may actually allow us to open up more opportunity for the comprehensives or the special programs in the future. But we're always on the lookout for an innovation that matters, that makes the difference. So this time around, it's the CAT Centers.
Thank you both, and Ms. Shaknovich. I would have sent this question over to you like I normally do when I have a question for you, but I had some technical difficulties last night, and when I was looking at it, everything spazzed out. So I thank you for your response and your respect and your response, you and Dr. McMahon. That's all I have, President Ellis.
Okay, our next general board meeting will be Wednesday, April 21st, 6 p.m. Policy Committee meets Tuesday, May 4th at 3:30 p.m. Budget Committee Tuesday, April 20th at 3:30 p.m. and Equity Committee Wednesday, April 14th at 6 p.m. Do I have a
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Consensus?
Totally.
All right, we are